Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2.
That's some good bargaining.
Could the translators do a quick 10 count, first on English, then on French? Thank you.
No, English, 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 English.
That's great. Thank you.
One.
1 minute. Thank you. Merci. Bonjour à tous et à toutes.
Hello,
Bienvenue
everyone. Welcome.
and welcome. As we begin our meeting today, and on behalf of Ottawa City Council, I wish to acknowledge that Ottawa is built on the unceded Anishinaabe-Algonquin territory. The peoples of the Anishinaabe-Algonquin Nation have lived on this territory for millennia. Their culture and presence have nurtured and continue to nurture this land. The City of Ottawa honors the peoples and land of the Anishinaabe-Algonquin Nation and honors all First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples and their valuable past and present contributions to this land. I'll ask the committee coordinator now to do the roll call, please.
Councillor Lulaf.
Present.
Councillor Dudas.
Ici.
Councillor Curry.
Here.
Councillor Gower.
Here.
Councillor Tierney.
Present.
Councillor King.
Here.
Councillor Leeper.
Here.
Councillor Brockington.
Here.
Councillor Menard.
Here.
Councillor Giroux.
Here.
Vice Chair Kitts.
Here.
Mayor Sutcliffe.
Here.
You have a quorum, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. And just before we begin, I'll remind everyone that this is a public meeting to consider the proposed community improvement plans listed as items 6.1, 7.1, and 7.3 on today's agenda. For the items just mentioned, only those who make oral submissions today or written submissions before the community improvement plans are adopted may appeal a plan to the Ontario Land Tribunal. To submit written comments on these amendments prior to their consideration by City Council on April 17th, 2024, please email or call the committee or council coordinator. All right, are there any declarations of interest? Confirmation of minutes from the meeting on March the 5th, 2024. Are the minutes confirmed? Okay, there isn't really anything on the agenda that we would not be holding, so I'm just going to go through everything in order. So we'll start with item number 4.1, which is disposition of 2023 tax and rate supported operating surplus and deficit, and I understand we have a presentation on that. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good morning, members of Finance and Corporate Services Committee. I'm here today with my colleague Suzanne Snob to present the disposition of the 2023 tax and rate supported operating surpluses and deficits. Today's presentation is an overview of the results of the 2023 operations for all tax and rate supported city programs. As part of the finalization of the 2023 operations and preparation of our financial statements, council approval is required for the disposition of any surpluses or funding of any deficits. Next slide, please. So the City of Ottawa has several operations funded from sources that cannot be commingled. The year-end results are presented by business areas, which include citywide tax-supported services, Ottawa Police Services, Transit Services, Library Services, and the rate-supported programs. The combined overall tax and rate-supported services results, including police, transit, and library, resulted in an overall surplus of $33,000, so effectively a balanced budget. Overall, the total citywide tax-supported services ended with a $14.9 million surplus. The Ottawa Police Services operating budget, which falls under the mandate of the Ottawa Police Services Board, finished with a $6.3 million surplus. Transit Services finished with a $22.5 million deficit, and the Ottawa Public Library finished with a $1.9 million surplus. The overall rate-supported programs, including drinking water, wastewater, and stormwater, finished with a $459,000 deficit, again, bringing the total to a $33,000 surplus overall. So again, effectively a balanced budget when we look at all the operating tax and rate supported programs. Next slide, please. Within the report, we do have a document 2, which provides additional details behind all the service areas, surplus and deficits, with explanations behind those respective surpluses and deficits. So what I'm going to highlight on this slide is basically some of the key drivers overall in terms of the impacting the results. So one of the biggest drivers was Public Works. So Public Works finished the year with a $37.6 million deficit, and this is largely driven by the winter maintenance operating budget. As I communicated throughout 2023 through the quarterly status reports, we did experience a significantly harsh winter, specifically in the first half of the year from January into April, significantly higher than our normal 5-year average. We received over 221 centimeters of snow, which is 26% higher than the normal 5-year average. We also received significantly more freeze and rain hours to the tune of 73% higher than the normal 5-year average. So overall, that was one of the main drivers in Public Works. In addition, as I communicated throughout 2023, we knew that we were going to have some residual cleanup costs related to the Derecho from 2022. So in 2023, we continued to do cleanup from the Derecho, and there was also a number of significant storms throughout the year. There was a tornado in July, a tornado in August, and those impacted further cleanup costs from a Public Works perspective to the tune of just over $5.4 million. So again, those two components, what I would classify as kind of one-off events, were the main driver from the operating side of the equation. When I move over into the non-departmental component, there was two significant things that kind of helped offset that, that one-time Public Works type deficits. We saw investment income surplus of $21.2 million. So as the market interest rates go up, we do realize better investment income on our investments. And we also received a one-time provincial payment from the province for the PILT-related impacts from the federal properties for 21, 22, and 23. I had communicated that back in the fall that we were expecting that payment, and I communicated in December that we did receive that payment. So that was $34.9 million of one-time funding that we received in 2023, again related to the shortfall in 2021, 2022, and 2023 PILT-related payments from our federal buildings in the city. Next, transit services. So the continued impacts of the pandemic continues to impact transit services. Within the 2023 transit operating budget, we did include a revenue line of $39 million that we knew there was risk in that number when we presented the budget. We were continuously advocating to the province and the feds for continued support for revenue shortfalls. We did not receive that, but we did highlight several mitigations throughout the year in terms of what we were doing to risk mitigate against this shortfall. So overall, there was continued savings across the operating accounts from vacancies, lower old train 1 maintenance costs, lower fuel costs, and delay in the operating lines of 2 and 4. So all that contributed to bringing that net deficit down to 22.5 for transit services. Next slide. I will now pass over to my colleague Suzanne to go through the next 2 slides.
Ici, sur cette diapositive, ici
On
sont
this
les...
slide, we can see the results of 2020-2023 for rate-supported services. There was a deficit of $459 million. So the deficit for drinking water, for wastewater services rather, is due to increased expenses. The overall deficit is due to the rise in inflation and to other costs.
En sommeur, il y a eu 64 millions de dollars
There
de...
were $64 million in COVID-19 cost and revenue pressures, but we received $45 million in support funding. No remaining COVID-19 prior year related funding, it remains for the future.
All the applicable surpluses and deficits as per existing reserve bylaws. The $3.2 million solid waste rate surplus is contributed into the solid waste reserve. Just over $17 million is allocated to the tax stabilization reserve. This is made up of the citywide tax surplus and the Ottawa Police surplus. As a reminder, Ottawa Police Services surpluses are contributed into the tax stabilization reserve. Deficits are withdrawn from the tax stabilization reserve in years where there are deficits from their operating budget. Overall, the transit deficit of $22.5 million, this is funded from the transit reserve, transit operating reserve. If you recall, back in February, we did bring forward a capital closure report to close off some of the older capital programs to help fund that. And again, that was part of the mitigation strategies that we had in place for 2023 that we brought forward throughout the year in our quarterly status reports. The $1.87 million surplus in library operations goes back into the library reserve. And then the respective rate-related surplus in drinking water, $510K goes into the drinking water reserve, and then the respective surpluses for wastewater, deficits, for wastewater and stormwater goes into those respective reserves. The rate program does have three specific reserves for each of the three specific rate program services. Mr. Mayor, members of council, that concludes our presentation. Be happy to take some questions.
Okay, are there any questions about that?
Mayor, I believe there's a delegation.
What's that? There's the delegations on the next item.
Oh, on the next item, okay.
Yep.
On the tax rates.
Yeah, the next item is the tax policy and other revenue matters. The delegation is about that.
Okay, thank you. Perfect. I'll wait for that.
Okay? All right, so then are the recommendations carried? Okay, let's move to item 4.2, which is the 2024 tax policy and other revenue matters. And we'll start with a presentation on that. There is one delegation and one written submission. And I'll remind everyone that this report will be waived on to tomorrow's council meeting. So go ahead whenever you're ready.
I guess I'll say it again. Good morning. So I'm joined by my colleagues Joseph and Krista today to go through a presentation on the tax policy report. Again, this is a standard report that we bring forward every year that's required for council approval. As the mayor said, we do require this to rise to council tomorrow just for the timing in terms of implementing the 2024 tax bill season. So I'll hand over to Joseph and Krista to kind of walk through the next slides of the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Merci, Monsieur le Maire. Je suis ici.
Thank you very much. I'm here this morning with Krista O'Brien to present the annual report on property tax policies for 2024.
Present the annual tax policy report for 2024. Over to you, Krista.
Next slide, please. Following budget approval, staff present the annual tax policy report recommending the tax policies based on the budget requirement. Council must approve the following items annually: optional tax classes and class discounts, tax ratios, adoption of the notional rate adjustment, public institution levies, and mitigation policies and programs. In addition, this report provides updates and recommendations on other property tax and revenue issues. Recommendations for 2024 are similar or the same as previous years. Next slide, please. L'impôt foncier est la principale source de revenus pour la ville.
Tax is the main source of revenue for Ottawa. The two tax bills are sent out to 354,000 property owners. Interim is due on the third Thursday in March and the final due the third Thursday in June. Property taxes are calculated by multiplying the tax rate by the property assessment value. The bill also includes provincial education amounts where city bills collects and remits to the local school boards. Supplementary and additional tax bills are issued 6 times a year for new construction and permits. For extensions, approximately 85,000 of owners pay their taxes electronically. Reassessment is delayed by the province. More than 200,000 people are using the electronic system to pay their taxes, 60% of all Ottawa properties. As the provincial government has delayed the reassessment, the 2020 assessment values will be used again in 2024. There's no announcement as to the next reassessment. Next slide, please.
Tax growth is defined as the net new construction, major renovations, demolitions, reductions, and additions to real property added to the tax roll during the year. Growth is eroded by property assessment appeals within the year. Growth provides new revenue to the city. In 2023, Ottawa experienced property tax growth of 32.7 million, or 1.61%, slightly short of the budget target of 1.7%. The residential tax class contributed to 73% of the overall levy growth. Multi-residential properties contributed 21%, and commercial and industrial properties comprised the remaining 6%. Looking at the growth split by area, the suburban community in Ottawa contributed the highest amount towards growth at 59%, while the urban community contributed 25% and the rural community 16%. Analyzing the year-over-year growth, the residential sector tax base grew by 1.74% from 2023, which is over 2,600 new residential units. The multi-residential sector grew by 4.48% from 2023, with 2,280 new rental apartment units. And the industrial sector grew by 1.6%, and commercial sector by 0.3%. I'll now hand it over to Joseph.
Next slide, please. Thank you, Krista. The notional tax rate adjustment to the property tax rates was introduced in 2016 by the province to allow municipalities to recover assessment appeals losses from the prior year. The city has adopted the notional rate adjustment every year since 2016, and this report recommends that it be adopted for 2024. Since 2016, the notional tax rate adjustment has saved the city a cumulative total of $256 million in tax funding that would otherwise have been unrealized due to a permanent erosion of the tax base by property assessment appeals. En 2024,
in 2024, this process will allow the city to recover $4.2 million. It's recommended in the report that of this amount, $1.8 million be contributed to the assessment growth for 2024, and that $2.4 million be contributed to the tax stabilization reserve.
The city will recover $4.2 million from the notional tax rate adjustment. The report recommends that $1.8 million from the 2024 notional tax rate adjustment be allocated to the budgeted growth shortfall, and $2.4 million be contributed to the tax stabilization reserve. Next slide, please. This report recommends continuing certain property tax reductions and mitigation programs allowed under the legislation and approved in previous years by Council. In 2024, staff recommend tax policies to help ensure that Ottawa's commercial and industrial markets remain competitive and vibrant. In 2021, Council approved the adoption of a new optional small business subclass. This optional subclass offers eligible small businesses a 15% discount on commercial and industrial property taxes. The 15% discount was phased in over 2022 and 2023, providing significant municipal and education tax savings. Over 5,900 properties or 10,000 businesses will automatically receive the small business subclass discount based on the criteria approved by Council. En 2024, les petites entreprises.
In 2024, small businesses in Ottawa will be able to save $18 million, $12.5 million in tax savings, and $5.4 million in education tax savings. Average small businesses assessed at $835,000 will see a reduction of some $3,600.
This discount equates to $18 million in tax savings for small businesses in Ottawa in 2024, $12.5 million in municipal taxes and $5.4 million in education tax. An average small business assessed at $835,000 will see a reduction of $3,600 in municipal and education taxes in 2024 on their tax bill. To remain competitive in the region and encourage investments in large retail in Ottawa, the city has a tax ratio of 1.56 for the shopping center tax class, which is much lower than that of the commercial class tax ratio of 1.94. Finally, to reduce the tax burden on vacant industrial lands with no structures, staff recommend maintaining a 35% discount for the industrial vacant land subclass. Next slide, please. The City of Ottawa has roughly about 3,600 properties that have a farm class classification. Given Ottawa's large unique footprint of the rural farmland, staff recommend continuing the following tax policies to support our agricultural community. Provincial legislation prohibits tax ratios for the farm and managed farm classes from exceeding 0.25. In 2024, the City of Ottawa became the first municipality in the province to drop its farm class tax ratio from 0.25 to 0.2. Staff propose the continuation and the adoption of a 0.2 ratio, equating to a 20% reduction in taxes. Cette abaisse de 0.
This cut from 0.25 to 0.20 NOT will generate this year savings of about $1 million for farmers. With this equates to a tax savings of $200 for the average farm property, paying $800.
Approximately $1 million in annual savings to farmers this year. The average farmer paying $1,000 in taxes will experience a $200 tax reduction to pay $800 in taxes this year. In addition, the farm tax rate discount, the city offers an annual farm grant program to provide seasonal financial relief to farmers. The grant program automatically postpones farmers' final property tax installment from June to December after their harvesting period. To encourage farmers to keep farming their lands identified for development in the short term until a subdivision plan is registered or building permits have been issued, staff recommend a 25% discount on the residential tax rate for properties in the farmland awaiting development class. Finally, to support farmers conducting value-added commercial activity on their farms, the city has adopted the optional small-scale on-farm business subclass. This subclass provides a 75% discount on the percent of commercial or industrial rate for the first $100,000 of assessment, where properties are assessed under $1 million. Next slide, please. En Ontario, les organismes de bienfaisance.
In Ontario, charities are not all exempted from property taxes, but the city offers a 40% property tax rebate to registered charities that ask for it.
However, the city provides 40% tax rebate to charitable organizations upon application. The charitable rebate program also includes a 100% rebate for non-profit, non-home-based licensed childcare centers for space occupied for childcare purposes. Rebate applications are received until the last day of February of the year following the taxation year for which the application is made. Applications for the 2023 tax year were received by the end of February this year and have yet to be finalized and processed. For the 2022 taxation year, 181 charitable rebate applications totaling approximately $2.49 million were rebated in property taxes. Next slide, please. The seniors deferral program allows low income seniors and persons with low and disabilities to defer their annual property taxes and their water utility bills at a reduced interest rate of 5% instead of 15%. The report recommends a continuation of this deferral program with some amendments outlined in the report. In 2023, 110 taxpayers and 24 water utility ratepayers were on the program. Finally, the Municipal Act provides options to cancel and reduce property taxes under sections of 357 and 358 of the Act. Applications are made directly to Revenue Services under delegated authority and are jointly reviewed with MPAC. Property tax reductions may be available upon application for properties undergoing significant renovations and repairs that prevented owners from residing or using their properties for a period of more than 90 days. Buildings that are damaged by fire, floods, or tornadoes, buildings that have been demolished, properties that have become exempt during the year, and properties that have been overcharged due to clerical or factual errors. Monsieur le Maire, c'est à la fin de notre présentation.
Mr. Mayor, this is the end of the presentation.
We'll move to the delegation now, please, from Alex Cullen, and then we'll open it up to questions and comments from members of the committee and council. Good morning.
Morning, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, members of committee. Thank you for allowing me to speak to you today on an issue that I've had quite a bit of familiarity with over the years. As you see from the slide above you there, I am the former chair of the City of Ottawa Task Force on Property Assessment and Property Tax Issues. I know I sent around a report, and I'm sure you went to bed very soundly reading that report. Next slide, please. So this is a recap of what you've already heard from the city staff from the report. It shows the tax rates for residential, multi-residential, commercial, industrial, farm. There are a bunch of other ones from pipeline and God knows what else. It's just too minute to list. And you see the revenue coming from each tax class, the bulk of which is coming from the residential sector, but the multi-residential sector has its role to play as well. Next slide, please. So our task force was guided by the Fair Tax Commission that the province of Ontario had in the early 90s. And amongst the principles that you look at in terms of assessing a tax, there are these principles here: neutrality, impartiality, simplicity, transparency, certainty, flexibility, administrative fairness, and accountability. I have to tell you, no tax scores perfectly on all these principles, but these are principles that good legislators should be bearing in mind as they create or deal with a tax. Next slide, please. So if we compare taxpayers, of course, homeowners, you already know, provide the bulk of property taxes in the city. We have, this is from data from the 2016 National Household Survey that Statistics Canada produces, which is on the city website. And so you find that almost 66%, 2/3 of residents in the city of Ottawa are homeowners. That includes condominiums, and about 1/3 are tenants. And that same document, again on the city's website, will show that the average income for homeowners is about $106,000, and for tenants is $61,000. And so this brings me to why we're talking about it today, because they are not taxed at the same rate. And this moves me to the next slide, please. Oh, just before we leave this slide, I just wanted to point out to you that small box at the bottom. Statistics Canada has a item where they ask for how much are you paying in shelter costs, and it's deemed that if you pay more than 30% of your gross income, you are in shelter distress. For homeowners, that's about 14%. for tenants is 42%, so they're under pressure. Next slide, please. So is there any justification for charging multi-residential tenants more than property taxes and their residential neighbors? The Fair Tax Commission said there's no justification whatsoever. And as a matter of fact, the previous City Council agreed with that. It was one of our recommendations from the task force, which Council adopted, that we recommended that the City of Ottawa, on the basis of fairness and the benefit principle, adopt a strategy to reduce the multi-residential tax ratio beginning in 2002 to reach an equivalent tax burden within 2 years. That was very ambitious, and you'll see from the next slide, no, we did not do it in 2 years. Next slide, please. So this shows, and this comes from Appendix A of your report, the history of the multi-residential tax rate starting in 2002, being reduced from 2.1, almost double, it was double, the residential tax rate, going down to 2021 when it was 1.3867, and it has now begun to inch back up to the current 1.4032, and a staff recommendation to increase it slightly even more. Next slide, please. So in the staff report, on page 17, the staff are very good at enunciating the consequences if we were to immediately move to reduce it to the residential tax rate. There would be a tax shift. I want to point out to you that since 2002, there has been a constant tax shift. Council agreed to it, but they managed it, and I'll come to that in a moment. So the tax shift in this particular instance this year would be about $23 million and would have an impact of $71 or 1.6% on the average residential property tax. Next slide, please. But that assumes that you're going from 1.4032 to the residential rate of simply 1. So even though, on a fairness basis, there's a very compelling argument to make the change. The residential sector has been underwriting its contribution to property tax requirements the city has. The multi-residential sector has been over-contributing. Even the Ottawa Citizen at the time said, make the move now, and that was back in 2002 when it was double. However, councils have sought to manage the impact on the residential sector, so it would be modest. Took a very gradual approach, and you see it, from 2.1 down to now 1.4. So my recommendation to you is continue that path on a gradual basis. So move it. The current level is 1.4032. You had 2 years ago, it's 2021, I'm sorry for the typo up there, at 1.3867. You're going to ask what the impact is. I can tell you it's mere dollars on the residential tax rate. But the bottom line is, next slide, please. The bottom line is there's simply no justification to tax tenants whose incomes are 60% of homeowners at a rate 40% higher than homeowners. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for the presentation. Councillor Menard.
Thanks very much, Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Cullen, for coming out to speak about this. I wonder what you make of the argument that since 2002, those ratios have been gradually coming down as a result of MPAC assessments. That over time, those are because of the reevaluation of properties over time, the new properties that are created, that has been coming down for that reason, and that over time it will continue to come down. The last 3 years, MPAC hasn't been doing assessments, and we've seen it stay stable or go up slightly since 2000. So my understanding is our staff team is saying, look at either you can be proactive and do what you're saying, which is to, over a phase-in of 3 to 5 years, let's say, come down naturally to that 1.0 ratio, or perhaps longer time with the MPAC assessments, this will be done naturally over, say, a decade or more. So I just wanted to get your thoughts on that. I think my preference is we're proactive on this to have fairness, because we want to encourage the multi-residential, and as we're seeing, new homes being built aren't affordable. And our old tax system, we've got a lot of unaffordability because of the 1.4 versus the 1.0 on the new. So it's kind of a perverse incentive to build new, but the new ones are not affordable, as we see from Councillor Leeper's report last week. So I guess your assessment on that, those two different ways of this being accomplished down to that 1.0 number.
Well, thank you for that question. I have to tell you, this is the 18th time I've heard from staff about tax policy. So this is not a new topic to me. And I should also tell you that when we had the task force, we had ample staff input in that task force. We also had representation from professionals, from academics. So the notion that the system will naturally balance itself over time simply means that you're tolerating the continual discrepancy or inequity between multi-residential and residential. It has taken us 20 years to reduce it to 60%, 64% of what it was back in 2001. Why should it take another 20 years to get down to equivalency? Why should tenants who have 60% of the income, back in 2001 it was 50%, but now it's 60%, but you can see how much pressure they're under in terms of the demands of rising rents. Rents are advancing faster than wages in this town, across the country as a matter of fact. But why should the tenants, the multi-residential tenants, continue to pay a premium for the service that their neighbors get next door? At the corner of Carling Avenue and Bayshore, on one corner there is a condominium that's paying the residential tax rate. Next door is an Acora Village rental building, built around the same time, has about the same amenities, they use the same bus stop. Why should they continue to pay 40% or 35% or 28% or 25% more than their residential neighbors? You have, with previous councils recognize this, the reduction that you see here is not simply because of reassessments. Reassessments happen every 5 or so years. In fact, we're behind. But these reductions came about, certainly during my watch, because council took a proactive role. Understood that it had to mitigate the impact. That's why it took a gradual approach, but there was a positive approach. Now, maybe that corporate thinking is gone. You know, I haven't been around for the past 13 years, that's fine. But the inequity still stands. And the principle that council adopted is pretty darn clear. Let's reduce that. And you look at the new multi-residential tax rate. In 2000, the province mandated that anything built after 2000 would be at the residential rate of 1.0. So now you have two classes of multi-residential buildings, older buildings paying 40% more now, and newer buildings, well, since 2000 anyway, paying the residential rate. That's simply not fair. And you have it in your hands to do something about it. You have it in your hands to do it in a rational process, so there's not an undue burden. But simply put, the residential sector has been carrying less of the burden compared to the multi-residential sector. They consume the same benefits. There is no justification for it.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Menard. Councillor Troster.
Hi, Alex. Thanks for being here. As the councillor for a ward that contains a lot, perhaps the most multi-residential housing in the city, this is an issue I've been concerned about for a while. I have two questions for you. The first one is, as you know, we have very limited revenue tools as a city, and I know that property taxes is a very frustrating and sometimes regressive form of taxation, but it's the one we have. How do you suggest we might be able to make up for lost revenue should we drop the multi-res tax rate to be the same as the tax rate for individual homeowners?
So you do so on the same basis that we have done so since 2001. From 2001, it was a 2 point, whatever the slide says, and it's come down to 1.4. So each year there has been a shift from the multi-residential sector to the residential sector. The city itself did not lose any revenue. And that's the rules of the game. I mean, if you're going to reduce one, somebody has to pick it up. And unfortunately, the province's tax capping procedures means you can't go to commercial. You can't go to the other tax classes. It's all focused on the residential. Well, okay, these are the rules you have to play by. It did not stop councils from 2000 all the way to when I left in 2010 to continue to move down that, see the tax shift mitigated. But, you know, the average property tax for a home is what now? $4,000 thereabouts? Seeing a shift, what I'm asking for is around $2 or $3. Come on, a cup of coffee.
Yeah,
But
no.
it's fairness. Fairness is the issue at hand. How can you say to 1/3 of your population. Oh yeah, you live in an apartment, you should pay more taxes. You're in an efficient building, I don't have to go anymore. I think people get the point.
So my last question, I think you're very optimistic in assuming that those tax savings would be passed down to tenants. I'm not so sure that they would be, given some of the case studies we've seen in my ward. So my question is, what tool would you recommend to help ensure that those tax savings would actually be passed down to renters?
Yep. So that's an excellent question, and I know staff are prepared to answer it because it's actually covered by the Tenancy Protection Act, whatever that title is. There is a threshold by which landlords are required to pass tax savings on to their tenants. And you'll hear about that in the questions here and the answers from staff. I can tell you that the two property tax task forces I chaired, because I chaired one at the Regional Council as a prelude to this. The Eastern Ontario Landlords Association made a commitment, and I'm sure they will make the commitment and again, because the director of that organization is still around, Mr. Dickey, to ensure that those tax savings would be passed on. Those are the major landlords within the city. But there is a regulatory requirement with thresholds to ensure that that happens. And quite frankly, it encourages you to take the bigger step as opposed to the smaller step that I'm recommending. There it is. Staff will be able to give you some more detail on this.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Troster. Councillor Leeper?
Thank you, Alex, thank you, Mayor, and thank you very much, Alex, for your presentation. I tend to be very sympathetic, and the question I'll pose is not intended to be value-laden. I just want to make sure I understand the scale of what we're talking about. I think I heard you assert that if we went from the tax rate of 1.40 to 1.38, it would represent a shift of about $1 million to the other residential tax classes?
That's correct.
Okay. And in 2016, we can assume that it's a higher number now, there were about 128,000 tenants?
I have the number there. That's correct. That's from the 2016 data.
So, and again, I'm not trying to cast aspersions upon your argument you're making, which is an importantly principled one, but I think we're talking about, on average, a reduction in taxes of about 64 cents a month. It's about $7, $8 a year. So the average tax savings to a tenant would be around 64 cents a month.
Well, your math is very good, Councillor, and I would agree with you with that.
So this is a principles discussion,
I'm looking at
right?
the condo on one side of the street and the tenant on the other side of the street. I'm looking at the fact that not only do they have 60% of the income that the general condo owner has, but 42% of tenants in this town are already paying over 30% of their gross income in shelter. So anything, and they're living in an environment of rising rents. So anything that helps, I think, is something that has to be considered. And simply the benefit principle. You're being taxed on one side of the street for consuming the same municipal services as the other side of the street. How can you justify having a tax rate 40% higher on the basis of tenure?
I would actually suggest, Alex, that
Okay.
The tenants who are in those multi-residential are costing us less money in services than the tenants who are in the low-rise, semi-row, single detached. So I absolutely agree with you. I have significant sympathy for where you're coming from. I really just wanted to make sure that I was understanding the math correctly. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Cullen.
Thank you.
I'll open it up now to councillors and members of the committee for other questions on this. Councillor Menard.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I do want to just keep on this topic, and then if you'll permit me, I have a question about the previous topic that I missed. But I wanted to come back to this with staff, given the delegation and what you've written in the report, which I think is really helpful, and your work with me on the weekend and before that. So thank you very much for that. I guess Does staff see the argument that's being made about fairness? I think you understand that argument, and that one way or the other, you're looking to get that ratio down to be equal at that 1.0 across those tax classes?
Thank you very much, through the mayor. Yes, so it is something that has naturally been happening, as we've mentioned and sort of shown that trajectory in the report. A lot of it has been through the reassessment process. When we go through a reassessment process, there is some changes in terms of how the ratios flow, because the assessments on the multi-res generally do not increase at the same rate as the residential properties. The ratio generally tends to go down. One thing I would like to clarify is that the discussion here is generally around the ratio, which is in the tax rate, which is really one half of the property tax equation. The other half of the property tax equation is the assessment. You get the total taxes paid by multiplying the assessment and the tax rate. Generally, we can say for a fact that the average multi-res property will pay and does pay less than the average condominium, like for like.
Okay, that's helpful. I think in your report, you've talked about a lower ratio for the multi-residential that would potentially result in a rent reduction. I think the questions are wise from my colleagues, because I'm not sure that the tax rates are going to be a good indicator for rent prices, given the other causal variables of the cost of housing. That's one factor, of course, but there's so many other factors there. So do you see it as like a direct impact, or is it just something that we hope might happen?
Taxes are one component of the expenses that rental landlords incur. The Residential Tenancies Act require that if there is a more than 2.5% reduction in taxes, that we must notify the landlord and we must notify the tenants, and that equates to an automatic rent reduction. Now, what that equates to with regards to a number, I don't think we can comment on, but it is an automatic rent reduction.
Okay, and then the lower tax rate for new multi-residential versus the old multi-residential, does that kind of create this incentive potentially to replace some relatively affordable older rental with newer rental that would have a lower tax rate on the property? Let's say there's 10 units, but they're dilapidated on a property and they're being charged at the 1.4% tax rate. If a developer came in and built 20 units, they'd be charged at that 1.0, so effectively lowering the tax rate for the property overall. Is that kind of an incentive that maybe not a small calculation that they might do when they're looking at replacing those rental stock units?
Thank you very much. Through the mayor. So this is our staff's opinion, but I don't really think that would be an incentive. And the reason I say that is the ratio or the rate is really one half of the assessment. An older multi-res property will likely be assessed much lower than a new multi-res property. And once a new multi-res property is built, will actually wind up costing more, or in terms of property taxes, than an older multi-res property. So it's not generally wouldn't be seen as an avenue for tax reduction.
Yeah, and I think there's some, just given Councillor Leeper's report last week and what we heard at Planning Committee, obviously we're seeing a lot more costs. We're not plugging that hole at the bottom. And so we're seeing, though we have more supply, the costs are still much higher for people. So I'm wondering, are staff open to coming back with a plan, or at least reviewing this issue, to look at a proactive kind of phase-in over several years, as Mr. Cullen and others have talked about, instead of just solely relying on what might be a longer timeline under MPAC? And if you are, I'm hoping you'll take direction to look at it. Is that something you're open to?
Yes, staff would be open to take whatever direction council would provide.
Okay, so I think, Mayor, with that, I'll put a direction just on the floor for staff to look at this. I've sent it on to clerks just recently, and sorry for that timing. So I'm not sure if we have it on the screen or not, but it's that Finance and Corporate Services Department staff be directed to explore the feasibility of proactive ratio reduction for the multi-residential ratio to 1.0 over 3 to 5 years, starting in 2025, and report back to the 2025 tax policy report with consideration of reassessment resuming, in which the multi-residential ratio will continue to drop incrementally to a ratio of 1.0 and remains within the range of fairness of no less than 1.0 once the provincial property reassessment process has resumed. Oh, there it is up there. Thank you very much to the clerk staff for your quick work. So I'll put that direction forward. It's just for staff to come back to explore this, to make sure that we're trying to be proactive in tax fairness.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Menard.
Thank you.
We'll go next to Councillor Gower.
Thank you. Last week in the provincial budget, the province announced that municipalities would be able to immediately offer up to 35% discount on new multi-res properties. And I was wondering if staff had any comments on that. Have you looked at that? Is that something that you think would be helpful to our municipality? Yeah, just looking for any general comments on that announcement from last week.
Thank you very much, through the mayor. As you mentioned, Councillor, the announcement was just released by the province last week, and staff have not had time to really unpack what that really means in terms of reviewing this and seeing if this would be a viable tool for the city. I think we're going to need a little bit more time. And also generally look at the city's broader objectives to see if such a tool would align with any of our broader objectives for the city, and then report back to council.
Is it something that we've ever asked for as a municipality, to have that flexibility?
From a staff perspective, it's not something that we've actively been advocating for to the province.
And can you clarify too, so we have in front of us a recommendation on tax ratios. Could we, even without that new ability from the province, could we change a tax ratio? Could we add a reduction of 35%, or is there a limit to how much we can change each individual property tax in any particular year?
Thank you very much. So the province does have what we call a range of fairness, which is has an upper and a lower threshold in terms of the flexibility that a council would have to move a ratio. For the multi-res, we would not be able to give that deep discount that's being offered by this new class because it would be below the set range of fairness threshold.
Okay. What is that set threshold, though? How much wiggle room do we have in a single year?
Actually, there's not much room, Mr. Mayor. It's between 1 and 1.1.
Okay, okay. Also, just for affordable housing, does affordable housing, other than OCH, that I know gets is classified as a municipal property, does affordable housing get any automatic discounts on property tax rates?
Under the existing regime, there is not a specific tax class or a specific tax discount for affordable housing properties.
Is that something that we can pursue, or that we are looking at policy-wise as a potential discount or adjustment?
So staff, yes, can continue to pursue that option with our provincial counterparts and see where that would land.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Gower. Councillor Devine?
Beg your pardon, everybody. Thought Marty Carr was that. Apologies, just wanted to make a big theatrical entrance. The delegate, Alex Cullen, said fairness is the issue here. I can understand one of my colleagues' positions.
that this may be a debate on principle, but at the same time, I do believe that tax fairness and equity are principles that we must hold in high regard. I also think that any argument about addressing affordability for our most vulnerable residents is worth pursuing. So to staff, several questions to staff. In addition to the multi-unit residential rate being 40% higher than the base rate, what specifically is the rationale for widening the gap even more in 2024? As I understand it from conversations with staff, it's to prevent appeals. Is that a basic summary of it?
Yeah, so thank you very much through the mayor. So the multi-res ratio has inched up ever so slightly since 2021, and that is primarily because of appeals, property tax appeals that have happened within the class. Every year, because council adopts neutral ratios, we want to keep the impact of those appeals within the same class, which generally forces the appeal losses brought back in from the tax rate adjustment to push up the rate ratio just ever so slightly.
Is it fair to say that as we incrementally increase the rate for multi-unit residential to prevent appeals, is it fair to say that those appeals, if we were not to increase that rate, would largely be coming from the residential class?
That is correct. If we did not keep the tax basis or the tax classes neutral, that burden would naturally shift primarily to the residential class.
And so for a group that is already marginalized, and we can reasonably infer that any increased ratio that they're going to see that in additional rent, we're preventing doing that for the sake of another classification. Thank you. What would be the average additional cost to residential taxpayers if we were to freeze the multi-unit residential rate at the 2023 level of 1.4032 on average?
Mr. Mayor, we anticipate that would be in the range of $2 to $3 for the average property taxpayer.
And so even if we were in principle to pass a motion to freeze the 2024 rate at the 2023, that would result in $2 additional taxes per residential. Thank you. And what would be, if we were to follow Mr. Cullen's recommendation, what would be the additional cost to residential taxpayers if we were to freeze at the 2021 level of 1.3867? It'd be less than $4, I guess.
Mr. Mayor, I don't have those numbers exactly, but we're talking about a slightly higher impact. So we'd probably estimate that to be about $8 or 0.2%.
All right. I very much appreciate the direction from Councilman Menard about a phased approach, certainly less than 20 years to get towards parity. That had been Council's direction of striving towards parity. On the subject of what we got from your report, where if the ratio for multi-unit residential were sufficiently lowered, this would lead to an automatic decrease in rent, as I understand it from speaking to staff. What triggers an automatic decrease in rent is a property tax decrease of 2.5%. That puts the city in a position of issuing a letter to landlords, you must decrease your rent proportionately. What would we have to lower the ratio to in order to attain that target?
Mr. Mayor, we estimate that in order to trigger a 2.5% reduction, we'd probably need to lower the ratio to about 1.2, and that would generally trigger that 2.5% reduction. However, I will say that we have had through the reassessment process those 2.5% reductions, continually issued to multi-res properties over the course of the last 2 decades.
Thank you. Well, I certainly appreciate staff's willingness to pursue the Menard inquiry. I just want to switch conversation a little bit, still on the issue of equity and fairness, but moving over to our farm classification. So, as I understand it, the province mandates that the tax classification for farms be no less than 25%. We are the first municipality to put it at 20%. Are we the only municipality to put it at 20%? I suspect not.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. So we have about 8 or so municipalities within the province that have followed suit following Ottawa to reduce the ratio from 0.25 to 0.2.
All right. And I very much appreciate the fact that the principle behind setting the rate at 20%, lower than we have to, is out of support for the farm community in Ottawa, which, as I understand it, represents a relatively small classification of about 3,600 farmers. We certainly have a much larger classification of multi-unit residential that I hope we find the same levels of support for. So as I understand it, Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada reported that 2023 was a banner income year for farmers across the country, where generally farm income surpasses farm expenses by about 2%. So at least for 2023 and hopefully beyond, farmers are doing better now than they had been in years past. So with that in mind, may I ask, what is because knowing that we have the right to adjust these rates on an annual basis, what is the rationale for continuing to maintain the farm discount at 20% as opposed to the threshold of 25%?
Through the mayor. So I think a lot of it is really following that previous council direction where council had directed us to continue to maintain that 0.2%, that 20% discount. But again, these tax policies have to be approved annually and brought before council annually. So if there was a change of heart or change in direction, staff would take whatever direction council provided.
And if it were so moved, would staff be willing to entertain an inquiry about revisiting the economic justification for keeping that farm rate at 20% as opposed to the provincial threshold of 25%?
Thank you very much. Staff would be open to receive whatever direction council will provide.
Thank you. I don't see the timer, so I don't know how much time is left. I have one more subject. On the issue of, we have a new class, I'm not sure if it's a new classification, but we have a classification for vacant land. Is that a new classification that's always been there?
The vacant land classification has always been part of our tax regime.
And then similar to the inquiry from Councillor Menard about setting a phased-in approach for adjusting that rate. I had a fascinating conversation with one of our most entrepreneurial developers in Ottawa. And when we asked them what was the biggest impediment you have to new construction, they just said people sitting on vacant land. Vacant land just being sat on, nothing happening with it. And so with regards to our vacant land tax classification, if we have the capacity to put in place phased-in approaches for decreasing tax towards parity, do we have the means, do we have the powers, if it is true that property owners sitting on vacant land, which can be developed for residential purposes, do we have the powers and capacity to put in place phased-in incremental tax increases as a means of incentivizing landowners to get that land developed? Because it is not our job to protect their bottom line. We want to see properties developed. So can we put that kind of stuff in place?
Thank you very much. Through the mayor. The powers, the flexibility that the province provides to municipalities would be to reduce the discounts on industrial and commercial vacant lands only. The residential vacant lands will continue to be charged at the residential rate. So there's really no change in that particular group.
So we could put in place measures to reduce discounts, therefore offering a carrot instead of a stick for vacant land classifications. Would staff be willing to have further discussions and entertain that kind of phased-in approach as a means of addressing what I'm told from industry is one of our largest impediments to building?
Thank you very much. Staff would be open to continuing the discussion. I would note that in 2018, council did direct staff to look at into the parking and commercial vacant land properties, and with an aim or a view of trying to see if we could increase that rate and what the implications would be. And staff did provide a report with our findings. So we would be glad to continue that conversation and to see what that could look like as we move forward.
Great. Thank you, Joseph. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Devine. I'll go next to Councillor Brockington.
Thanks, Mayor. Just very briefly, on the Menard direction to staff, could staff just elaborate? I think I heard that both staff's strategy and the Menard direction are more or less heading in the same direction, but the direction accelerates that work. Could just staff clarify their understanding of the direction, please?
Thank you very much, through the mayor. Our understanding of the direction from Councillor Menard is that we are to explore a proactive reduction of the multi-res rate down towards 1.0, as opposed to allowing the reassessment to do that for us whenever that does resume.
But is my understanding not correct that we were headed in this direction anyway, but staff were going to take X number of years to get us down, or was that not the ultimate direction?
We were headed in a downward direction until the reassessment was paused, and we do expect that once reassessment resumes, we will continue to head in a downward direction.
Okay, but the Menard direction speeds this entire process up, is that correct?
That is correct. It provides very clear, a clear path, an accelerated path to get there.
And you support the direction?
Yes.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Brockington. Councillor Troster.
Thank you so much, Mayor. I have one major question. Why is the tax rate for parking lots so cheap? In the context where we're attempting to prioritize downtown revitalization, it strikes me as counterproductive. So I'm just wondering if you could explain how we arrived at the rate for parking lots.
Thank you very much, through the mayor. The history of tax ratios, a lot of this is historical. When we moved into this new taxation regime back in 1998, municipalities were given what we call transitional ratios. So those transitional ratios tried to equate the taxes a property was paying at the time with the taxes they would pay within the new system. Municipalities are prohibited from proactively increasing ratios. However, we can decrease ratios. Ratios can increase through the reassessment process, but councillors or municipalities cannot increase the ratio proactively. So as a result, what we're dealing with here with the parking ratio is pretty much a historical issue from the transition ratios.
Oh, that's really interesting. Thank you. Toronto's commercial parking levy is projected to generate an extra $150 million in new revenue for the city. And the province has put us in an extremely precarious fiscal position. So I'm always interested in new sources of funding. And, I was at a meeting, I know Councillor Leeper was on the call too, where a developer said that he was in the context of talking about business to residential conversions, but he said he would rather leave a building empty or tear it down and have a parking lot sit there if he doesn't make 25% profit on a conversion. He said those words out loud. And that's obviously not what we want in our downtown core. Could you clarify if a commercial parking levy is something we currently have the scope to do, or if this is something Toronto is able to undertake because of their powers under the Toronto Act?
Thank you very much, through the mayor. So the Toronto parking levy is something that Toronto is able to do through special provisions provided for them within the City of Toronto Act. Those provisions are not available to us through the Municipal Act. However, staff have been in conversation with our provincial counterparts to raise that particular issue and continue to request those powers to do that.
Thank you. I mean, it just speaks to the frustrating position that cities have as being creatures of the province and limited taxing abilities. So, and I just wanted to signal that my team is working with city staff on a potential direction to come to council tomorrow, just to investigate the possibility of leveraging particular downtown parking lot tax rates towards downtown revitalization, because, empty land sitting there with asphalt is not actually what we want to see in our core. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Troster. Councillor Kavanagh.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, staff, for the report. Yeah, it seems quite jarring to see the difference that between, first of all, new multi-residential versus old residential. Now, new residential will continue to grow, and we're going to continue to make more money, but it doesn't make sense, and especially since we're seeing so much renovations and demevictions happening with older multi-residential buildings, it strikes me that we need to create some fairness there. So I know it was not a lot of money, but it is a principle, and I hope that we'll follow it. I appreciate learning, that we're not allowed to raise, based on the province, except for Toronto. So I hope we'll look at the city of Ottawa as having its equivalent act, so that we can negotiate these increases. Do we know what the rates are in Toronto? Is that for parking lot and vacant land? Because that would be the absolute target that we'd want to increase.
Thank you very much. No, we do not have those rates handy, but we can always follow up to close the loop with you, Councillor.
That would be great. And I think that at a very minimum, I can't understand why older multi-residential is actually higher than parking lots and vacant land. That right off the bat doesn't make sense to me when we're trying to build more and more. And we want to also preserve older multi-residential. It strikes me as a disincentive to keep those multi-residential. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Luloff.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I was going to let it sit, but I'll intervene very briefly to just raise the fact that we probably don't want to be looking at raising the cost for farmers, given the price of food right now, and the fact that the federal carbon tax has gone up by quite a bit over the course of this last year. I don't know if any of you have been grocery shopping lately, but the cost of food is sky high, and this disproportionately affects our most vulnerable people in the city. If we want to be growing food locally, and we want our local farmers to be able to continue to produce food locally and reduce that cost, because shipping costs are so expensive when it comes to food, I would recommend not moving any motions or directions to raise the cost for local farmers. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Luloff. Councillor Menard.
Thanks very much, Mayor. So just on the on that first item that I had just mentioned, I wanted to come back to the operating surplus on the citywide side. Sorry, and that was what I meant to do first. I thought there was delegation on it, but there wasn't. So on the alternative response program, so there's a recommendation in there to transfer $329,000 of the surplus to the alternative response. My understanding, that's not additional funding. That's what was allocated. That what needs to make them whole from last year for the work they've been doing this past year. Is that correct?
Mr. Mayor, that's exactly it. So as you recall, there was a one-time approval in 2023 for just over $2.4 million for that. As of December 31st, we didn't have all the agreements signed, so we couldn't accrue or account for that residual $329K because the agreements weren't signed in time for our fiscal year end. What I can tell you is that has been signed now since our fiscal year end, and this is just a back-end accounting process in terms of we maintain that program being whole financially so they can finish off with that pilot phase.
Okay. Will it become a consistent budget item as a result? Like, will that be part of the operating budget, or is it still, because I understand right now it's not fully funded in our operating budget at this time. So would this help change that, or it's currently still, there isn't currently a plan to fund it operationally at this time?
Mr. Mayor, so we're continuing to look at this as a program. So this is like step one, phase one of the program. What I can share with you tomorrow, myself and the city manager will be presenting. We're going to unravel or unwrap the provincial deal from last week. There is funding there as well coming to support this initiative. So what you'll see tomorrow is more dedicated funding to advance, accelerate that initiative as we move forward. And every budget year, we are going to report back in terms of, moving this from if it makes sense from an evaluation perspective, there is a evaluation process that we'll go through to move that forward to be more steady state. If the evaluation holds to what we want to get to, preferred outcomes that we're striving for.
Yeah, that's great. I mean, it's a pilot project in one area, in one ward, and obviously a lot of other need out there in the city. The overall 2023 11.6 operating surplus citywide, going back to the tax stabilization reserve, can some of that potentially, like, is it possible to move some of that into the ALT program, alternative response program, beyond the the 329 just to make it whole for last year, say to look forward to future years when we hope the pilot will be expanded. Just procedurally, is it possible to do that?
Mr. Mayor, the answer is yes. Council always has the authority to, there's always a clause in each of the reserve bylaws where, as per council approval and direction, they can choose that if they choose. What I would suggest is, again, given that, you know, we are moving through the pilot phase and haven't gotten to the evaluation phase, there's some details tomorrow that you'll see in the presentation that myself and Wendy will show in terms of the provincial deal. I would say there's not a need today for that. Let's continue on the work and continue on with the additional investments that we got through the provincial deal to make sure that we can report back through myself and Clara's team on how that project is going.
Okay, thanks for that. It's important. Just I've been seeing the Ottawa Public Health reports. Just I know my colleague's been on this as well next to me here about the increased surveillance report where we're seeing a call for outreach for health services. We're seeing our partners asking for this. OPH is obviously, you know, concerned and wants to adequately address the issue when it comes to health right across our city and that type of response. So I think, you know, the time is now to start to push in that direction, and I appreciate the responses. I work with you from now and see if there's something before council on that item. And thank you, Mayor, for indulging me on that piece. I do want to come back just briefly on some of the other surplus items outside of what I've already spoken to. So are the tax ratios. The patio fee reduction. So thank you for finding that funding. I know, I think about 100 businesses wrote to us recently, small businesses asking for support in the city. One way to do that is by reducing patio fees. Often those are small businesses that have that. And so as I understand it, we found some of that funding to make sure there's 75% of what it was pre-COVID. I know that was a budget motion that we had brought forward and other councillors had advocated for. So thank you for putting that in there. I think hopefully we can make that permanent. We're not raising that too much because I know we saw a drop off once it was 0 to 50. We saw a drop off of businesses taking us up on it, and it's a good thing to have for those small businesses and obviously creates a better public realm. So appreciate that very, very much. The 15% for the small retail landowners, it's important to have this there. But my concern, as you know, Mr. Mahoney and everyone else, is that being passed along to the small businesses that are occupying those spaces, right? Because, and I don't think they're mandated to do it, as I understand it. We asked them to. I think we sent out a letter the first year in the pandemic, but it's going to those landowners. It's not going necessarily to the businesses that lease those spaces, and that's where I'm hearing from landowners and people leasing the spaces, anecdotally anyway. They're not always getting it, or they're not always passing it along. It's an accounting exercise for them to pass it along. They don't have to. And I see Mr. Cox here from the Glebe BIA. We've had these discussions as well. So the small businesses are in need right now. And Mayor, again, speaking to that letter that we got sent, this is one of the best ways we can do to support small businesses in our community is through this tax reduction. But we need to make sure that's being passed along to those people that are leasing those spaces. To staff, what can we do to make sure that that's being passed along to small businesses that are in need right now?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. So when we put together the small business subclass report, I think this was an issue that we talked about in great length, and I think there was a lot of discussion around the council table around how do we actually make sure that these discounts get passed on to the actual intended beneficiaries of the reduction. So two things that we found. One is, and I'm not sure if I'm using the right term here, but 90% of the leases that were out there in a lot of these properties were what we call net leases. So generally, there would be a base rent component to pay, and then there'd be operating expenses in which tax would be included as part of those operating expenses. They pay, that operating component, and at the end of the year or periodically, there is a reconciliation where the landlord has to produce the supporting documentation to support those operating expenses and how they're divided across the tenants. So we were pretty confident that those for those leases, the taxes and the tax reduction would be passed down. Now, there would be the other smaller component where perhaps they were just paying a flat fee for everything. And those were the ones which were a little bit difficult to sort of pin down and say, can the landlord keep that or will they not, right? However, we did, because the city does not have any authority in terms of being able to intervene in terms of rent control and those types of affairs. We did say that if it is deemed or if the city did receive a report that a landlord was not passing that discount down, the city would have the authority to revoke the discount.
Okay, that's helpful to know. And yeah, Councilor Leeper and I were speaking about that earlier because we didn't know what authority we had. But if I could just, I'll make a recommendation, Mayor, to yourself and to staff, is sending out a letter to our small business community saying this exists here, here's the process for it. We're supporting them through this reduction. I think we haven't sent a letter since since the middle of the pandemic. But if you can send a letter to those businesses, I think that would go a long way. So at least the businesses that are leasing the spaces should receive it, and obviously those landowners that are supposed to pass it on. So is that something you can work on in conjunction with hopefully the mayor's office as well?
Sure, that's something we can take away. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks very much, Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, on the tax policy and other revenue matters, is that carried? Okay, item 4.3 is the 2024 budgets and special levies for business improvement areas in the Spark Street Mall Authority. Is that carried? Okay, moving on to item 5.1, Landsdown 2.0 procurement options, analysis and recommendations. We do have a presentation from staff, followed by 13 delegations. There are a couple of written submissions as well. So I'll turn it over to staff whenever you're ready.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and committee members. My name is Sean Moore. I'm the Acting Director of the Landsdown Redevelopment Project. The Landsdown report before you addresses 4 action items out of the November 2023 Landsdown Partnership Plan authorization to proceed to the next steps in redevelopment report. These include a procurement delivery model analysis, the request for offer of air rights property criteria, development of a social procurement framework, and a $20 million line of credit guarantee. With me this morning to present the details of these recommendations are the city's Chief Procurement Officer, Will McDonald, Deputy City Treasurer, Isabel Jasmine, Director Infrastructure Services, Karina Duclos, and Director Corporate Real Estate Office, Peter Radke. Next slide, please. Before we walk through the recommendations of the staff report, I just want to remind committee members of the 4 recent approvals that brought us here today. In 2020, Council, through the Landsdown Annual Report and COVID-19 Impacts Update, directed staff to explore options that would enhance the sustainability of the Landsdown operations and the partnership. In 2021, Council, through the Landsdown Park Partnership Path to Sustainability and Next Steps Report, approved the replacement option of the Northside Stands in TD Arena and directed staff to work with Ottawa Sports and Entertainment Group for the development of detailed plans for the new event centre and new Northside Stands, including an assessment of a funding strategy. In 2022, Council, through the Landsdown Partnership Sustainability Plan and Implementation Report, approved in principle the OSEG concept plan and city funding strategy to set forth a roadmap ahead for redevelopment and partnership sustainability. Council directed staff to conduct financial, real estate, and planning due diligence and report back. And last November, based on the due diligence exercise by staff, Council approved the revised concept plan and a revised funding strategy and approved a $419 million budget based on the work that progressed from 2021 on the functional design of the city facilities. Council further approved the amendments to the city's official plan and zoning bylaw amendment to make way for the policy permissions of the concept plan and granted staff authority to dispose of the air rights development opportunity. Amendments to the partnership agreement were proposed, including the partnership securing a line of credit up to a maximum of $20 million to be guaranteed by the city to finance any net negative cash flows expected through to the end of construction. Next slide, please. In the report before you today, staff recommend that council receive the KPMG Landsdown Park Revitalization Delivery Model Options Analysis Report, approve the recommended procurement delivery model of a design bid build for the design and construction of the public facilities, receive the progress report on social procurement framework for the Landsdown 2.0 project, approve an additional $4 million to be advanced against the existing budget authority for preparation of tender-ready drawings and a north side stand site plan, approve the approach for the request for offer of the air rights development, and approve the $20 million line of credit to be taken out and repaid by the Landsdown Master Limited Partnership and guaranteed by the city. Next slide, please. At this point, I'll hand it over to Will McDonald.
As noted by Mr. Moore, at its November 2023 meeting, Council directed staff to undertake an analysis of the potential benefits and drawbacks associated with various project delivery models. Undertaking this type of delivery options analysis for major infrastructure projects was a recommendation of the LRT Public Inquiry Report and is a requirement of the updated P3 policy. In response to Council's direction, staff retained the services of KPMG as a call-up off of our infrastructure design services standing offer to undertake the assessment. Over the course of 5 workshops, the project team, facilitated by KPMG, shortlisted delivery models for detailed evaluation, established the criteria and relative weightings by which to assess each of the models, undertook a detailed evaluation of each model, and reviewed whether the city or OSEG would be best positioned to lead the delivery of the project. The delivery models evaluated are those which are often considered in major infrastructure projects and particularly adapted and tailored to the city's and the project's needs. The evaluation included an assessment of traditional delivery models, alternative delivery models, and new emerging collaborative models. Where feasible, the team assessed the potential models with and without continuing with the architect currently engaged on the project to make sure all opportunities and options were being considered to deliver the construction of the city's facilities the most effectively. Next slide, please. The evaluation of the different project delivery models consisted of 9 evaluation criteria, including traditional project delivery criteria, as well as those derived from the recommendations of the LRT Public Inquiry Report. The evaluation resulted in 4 top-ranked models: Progressive Design Build, which is a new emerging collaborative model in Ontario, but one the local construction industry and the city have very limited experience with. Construction Management at Risk, both with and without continuing with the current architect. And Design Bid Build with a continuation of the current architect. Design Bid Build is a standard project delivery model used at the city and the one used for the Atisoke Library in the combined sewage storage tunnel. This initial evaluation of the models was undertaken as a pure project delivery analysis, completed in isolation of any specific City of Ottawa factors. To arrive at a recommended option, a further assessment of the top-ranked models was required that would take into consideration additional factors such as specific timeline conditions on construction delivery and sequencing, the transition period between the current and new Ontario Building Code, city knowledge and familiarity with the delivery models, council's expectations related to approval and budget, and the recommendations of the LRT Public Inquiry Report. I will now pass it back to Mr. Moore.
Thank you. Next slide, please. So as Mr. McDonald indicated, staff applied the 6 additional city-specific criteria to the top 4 ranked procurement delivery models, and the design bid build model with the continuation of the current project architect came out on top by meeting all 6 criteria. Staff proposed to support this model recommendation with a joint project management team led by the city to build the public facilities. The additional criteria examined the ability of the top 4 ranked models to deliver on matters including designing under the existing building code within a robust design period, avoiding delays and waiting for new code to be released, ability of models to minimize Northside Stands construction disruption to only 2 red-black football seasons, provision of an adequate construction buffer between the end of construction of the event center and the start of the construction of the Northside Stands, completing both the event center and the Northside Stands construction by 2030, city familiarity and knowledge with the model type, and establishing a final price before construction, thus providing council a final approval before the construction tender is awarded. Next slide, please. Staff received authority to spend $18 million within the approved $419 million budget over the past 2 years. In 2022, an $8 million authority was granted for the financial, real estate planning, and public engagement due diligence, including commencing the event center site plan work. In 2023, a $10 million authority was granted for the advancement of detailed designs of the event center and northside stands, which would proceed with the approval of this report. The $4 million advancement is a result of the proposed design bid build model, where through that model, we require to advance the following: tender-ready event center drawings, tender-ready northside stand drawings, northside stand site plan, and legal agreement fees to bring forward the final Landsdown amended agreements. Next slide, please. Council has previously delegated authority to staff to put the air rights property up for disposal through a request for offer process. Staff are now seeking Council's approval of the RFO criteria as guidance and for staff to finalize the criteria within an RFO document for the tender of the air rights. Following the tender process overseen by a Fairness Commissioner, staff will report back in Q3, Q4 2025 for Council approval on the winning bid for the property rights. This guiding RFO document addresses previous Council directions on Landsdown, including but not limited to the approved funding strategy and affordable housing decisions by ensuring the financial terms are paramount, responsive to Council's approval of 25% of the air rights value to be transferred to the Affordable Housing Reserve Fund and the remainder to aid in the funding of the cost of construction. The RFO document also addresses Council's design directions by incorporating Landsdown guiding principles, urban design review panel recommendations, and heritage impact assessment recommendations. And the RFO addresses Council's approvals on partnership sustainability through criteria on city ownership of grade level commercial and retail units within the podium and through project completion requirements. Next slide, please. I'd like to hand it over to Isabel Jasmine.
Thanks, Sean. This report recommends that the partnership establish a line of credit up to a maximum of $20 million in order to fund cash flow requirements through to the end of the construction period, as was described in the November 2023 staff report. Cash flow deficiencies are expected to continue until construction is complete, and it will likely increase during construction with the loss of the North Stadium stands and 41,000 square feet of retail space for 2 years. This approach is temporary and is a risk mitigation measure for the partnership to maintain operations. This line of credit will stay within the closed financial system and will not be used for cash distributions to the partners. Council approval is required to establish this line of credit, and we also recommend a guarantee by the city as a partner in this enterprise to secure lower interest rates. The payments of interest and repayments of the line of credit, as with other expenses under the LPP's closed financial system, would be paid out of the revenues received under the LPP. The partnership will repay any outstanding amounts on the line of credit upon completion of the retail podium construction, at which point the city's guarantee is eliminated. The terms of the line of credit and the guarantee would be required to be reviewed and approved by the city manager, city treasurer, and the city solicitor. Next slide.
At the November 2023 meeting, Council directed staff to develop a social procurement framework with OSEG, including its contractors, to increase supply chain diversity and increase opportunities for those experiencing economic disadvantage and within equity-deserving communities. This will be Ottawa's first large-scale social procurement pilot. While the city has successfully piloted social procurement projects since 2021, these have generally been smaller, lower dollar value projects that have resulted in contracts between the social impact supplier and the city directly. Landsdown 2.0 will be the first project to pilot social procurement objectives within the supply chains of the city's primary contractors, and local experience and expertise in implementing a social procurement framework on a project of this scale is limited across all stakeholder groups: city staff, the construction industry, community organizations, and social impact suppliers. Building off the best practices of Vancouver and Toronto, the social procurement framework will consist of 3 initial phases. The first, defining outcomes, where subject matter experts, including representatives from CSSD and economic development, will be engaged to define measurable and verifiable outcomes and objectives that will support the administration of a social procurement monitoring and evaluation framework over the life of the project. Assessing market capacity, where an independent community benefits consultant will be engaged to assess social enterprise market capacity and support market readiness. This assessment will also establish a baseline that will allow the success of the framework to be measured over the life of the project. And establishing a social procurement working group whose mandate will be to provide strategic direction and accountability on the execution of the framework, ensure coordination among all parties to identify capacity building opportunities, mitigate challenges, and implement the framework to achieve the desired outcomes. The construction contractor and key subcontractors will be essential resources on this working group. The outcome of these primary phases will inform the development of future phases, which will continue to evolve over the life of the project. Updates on the evolution of the framework will be reported through the annual Landsdown report. Next slide, please.
In a concurrent process, staff have initiated the site plan preparation work for the event center and will follow with the north side stands should council approve the recommendations of this report. The site plan work will proceed with internal development of the supporting plans and studies to advance the pre-submission development of matters including but not limited to the interface of the event center and Great Lawn, design of the new public plaza, heritage and design considerations, urban design review panel pre-consultation, early accessibility advisory committee consultation, and agency and public consultation. The site plan will support the work needed to advance the building permit application for both facilities. Next slide, please. Should council approve the design bid build model and the recommendations of this report, work can continue immediately with concurrent detailed design and site plan progression while the OLT appeal is pending. The site plans for the event center and north side stands allow the development of the building permit design towards a permit application. A building permit could be applied for under the current code at the end of 2024, beginning of 2025, meeting the transition date that staff believe will be in place for the new 2024 code, avoiding time delays and waiting for code release. The advancement of the detailed design and site plan allow the city to advance the understanding of the integration needs of the north side stands in the city's air rights parcel. Having advanced the integration requirements between the north side stands and the city's parcel would enable the RFO to be issued for the air rights in early 2025. The goal is to land a package of approvals to council in Q3, Q4 2025 for council to consider the following: the RFO winning bid, the event center and north side stands winning construction bid, legal agreements and amending agreements, and any required funding strategy updates. Next slide, please. The design bid build model with the current architects continuing provides for a potential project schedule as follows. In Q3, Q4 2025, final approval for council with the package of approvals I just outlined. Beginning in 2026, commencement of the event center build for 2 years. Beginning in 2028, the commencement of the north side stands build, a 2-year build, and 2030 beyond the air rights developer build. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. We'll go next to the delegations, and the first delegation is from Marnie Peters.
Hello, thank you for the opportunity to continue to advocate for an accessible Landsdown for all. It is important to recognize that approximately 27% of Ottawa residents have some type of disability, 1 in 4 people. As I shared this last time I spoke at committee, in my 25-year experience as an accessibility consultant and as a person with a mobility disability, I can emphatically say that TD Place in its current form does not provide equal opportunity for guests or staff with accessibility needs. There is a concerning discrepancy between the experience for those living with a disability and those who aren't. Given the limitations with the existing facility, guests with accessibility needs are relegated to seating with limited options in terms of both locations and numbers of accessible spaces available, counter heights that are too high and that lack assistive listening systems, ceiling heights and structural supports that pose a risk to people with vision loss, bathrooms that are too small to accommodate most mobility devices and include no facilities for someone who needs a care provider, and the list goes on. As a result, residents of Ottawa living with a disability do not receive the experience they rightfully deserve on par with other venue guests or staff. And if you're a member of the media and have a mobility disability, you can't do your job at this facility as the press box is not accessible. It's unacceptable that a municipal facility that serves as the City of Ottawa's preeminent sport and entertainment destination is not accessible in the same way it is to guests who are not living with a disability. While improvements have been made, there is only so much that can be accomplished in an older building. The City of Ottawa has a responsibility to uphold and protect human rights, including creating an accessible city for everyone. Our previous mayor stated that he wanted Ottawa to be the most accessible city in Canada, and there's a long way to go. As a city, Ottawa is missing out on bidding and hosting national and international parasports events, as TD Place is not accessible for athletes and can't serve as a prime hosting venue. Though Landsdown 2.0, we can drive meaningful progress towards a more inclusive Ottawa. And with Landsdown 2.0, the City of Ottawa has an opportunity to create the conditions needed for promoting accessible environments by prioritizing the needs of people living with disabilities. I was disillusioned to learn of the appeal, which serves only to once again needlessly delay this project. And unlike the delegation I heard the last time, whereby a member of the old Ottawa East Community Association likened the need to replace the facilities at Landsdown in the same way his antiquated kitchen needs to be renovated, this is not a nice-to-have remodeling job. This is about dignity and basic human rights. I was equally disappointed to read the ward councillor's remarks in the report that continue to advocate for repair over replacement of these facilities. Lansdowne facilities are not something we can simply continue to put a Band-Aid on. It already has multiple Band-Aids on. There are widespread structural issues within the existing facility that prevent us from achieving the level of accessibility we should be striving for in a municipal facility. To delay this project any longer is outright denying people living with disabilities their rights. It was talked about during Lansdown 1.0 and was deferred. We've since been talking about the need for this project for close to 5 years. If we truly want to build a livable and inclusive Ottawa for all, we need to move forward with Lansdown 2.0. Recently, I had the opportunity to accompany Councillor Carr on a tour of TD Place. As the council liaison for the City of Ottawa's Accessibility Advisory Committee, she was interested in seeing firsthand the inherent barriers and inaccessibility that exists within the facilities at Lansdown. I won't speak for the councillor, but I believe it was a worthwhile investment of everyone's time, one that gave her a much better understanding of how inaccessible this municipal facility truly is. I also welcome the opportunity to provide any other councillors a similar tour of the site. Thank you once again for your time.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Councillor Carr.
Hi, thank you very much. I normally don't just speak without a question, but in this case, I'm going to. I want to thank Marnie Peters very much for her presentation today. To me, it's really important. She spoke to the fact that I went on a tour with her, and to me, it was really important because despite the fact that council unanimously approved the replacement of the north side stands and arenas in July 2021, and in those staff reports, it clearly outlined that the site had significant accessibility issues and the existing accommodations for persons with physical limitations could not give them an equal user experience. We continue to hear from people that they are completely acceptable. I certainly know that in 1967, when the stands were built, that we weren't building for accessibility and that we didn't build for the needs of everyone. In 1970, when my parents' first child was born with hydrocephalus and spina bifida, my parents were told that she would never, ever be able to live at home and that she would spend the rest of her life in an institution, because that's how we built back then. We didn't build for the needs of everyone. She passed away before her second birthday without ever having been able to live with my parents. So this is roughly the standard at the time that we built that we built towards. And as Marnie Peters said, 28% of the population, 7% have an accessibility need. But it was really, really important for me to see it firsthand and understand those limitations. And I'll be honest, I was absolutely shocked by what I saw. I mean, certainly as an able-bodied person, I can observe things like, the washrooms don't work. But being able to see that structurally, as a blind person, that you would never be able to cane around the perimeter because it is built so low, understand that you would bang your head. Understand that we cannot host any para sports because the locker, the coach, the officials' room are not accessible. Understand that the people have no access. People with disabilities have no accessible premium seats, press boxes, change rooms, ground floor entrance. When I went to meet Marnie, she couldn't even access the offices we had to go through the loading dock. She showed me how it was so steep on the, I guess that would be the west side to go up, that there's people that are stationed, staff are stationed to help wheelchair users. Fire alarms don't have strobe lights. There's no elevator on the north side stands. So, there's only 20 accessible seats total for athletes. So a para team could not watch a game together. The list goes on and on and on. And I always wanted, Marnie, I committed to you then that I wanted to email all my councillor colleagues and get them to also come for the tour. And I will admit that's one of my emails that is still in draft. But I do think it was really, really eye-opening. And thank you for coming today to speak about that, because I still get emails from people that say there's nothing wrong with the stands. They have lots of life left in them. And I think it's really, really important to have your voice here today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Menard.
Thank you so much, Mayor, and thank you very much, Ms. Peters, for being here. It's great to hear from you, and I appreciate your advocacy. Just given the accessibility challenges that exist across the city at this time, we've got 570 public-facing buildings, and there are huge upgrades required at all of our buildings, including Landsdown. So I appreciate your advocacy. I think right now, under our current funding levels, it would take 64 years to make our public-facing recreation facilities accessible at current investment levels. So it's not acceptable, and just appreciate your advocacy in that regard. I did want to ask about one piece in the staff report, and there is a new update to the Ontario Building Code that is coming. As a result of accessibility reviews of the AODA in previous years, the Honourable David Onley and others had recommended significantly enhancing accessibility. It's expected that new Ontario Building Code will significantly enhance accessibility. In the current report, staff are recommending not implementing the new Ontario Building Code for the potential facilities, and trying to do it before the new building code comes in with those accessibility upgrades. So I'm wondering your view of that.
So if we think about building codes, by the time they are done by committee, and then they go for public consultation, and then they get finalized, and then they get translated, and then they get issued. So by the time a building code is issued, it's already like 2 years out of date. The renewal cycle on the next one has already started before the building code actually gets out in publication. When it comes to accessibility, particularly, the building code is really backwards looking. Like it's not up to date with what current standards are. And so on any project that I work on, and I work all over the city, I work with the City of Ottawa, and I work with numerous architectural firms. Not only do we look at what is coming in the next building code, but we also look at what is happening around the world, what's happening with the CSA standard, what's happening with Accessible Standards Canada. And so, if we really want to ensure accessibility looking forward, we need to ensure that the design looks forward as well. And I would expect any designer working for the city to take that same approach to ensure that accessibility is addressed forward-looking, not backwards-looking, by looking at the latest code.
Okay, thank you very much, Mayor.
Okay. Ms. Peters, thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you very much.
We'll go next to Daryl Cox from the Glebe BIA. And Daryl, thank you for being ready to go over there in that spot. Appreciate it. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Good morning. Thank you, Mayor Sutcliffe and members of the Finance and Corporate Services Committee for the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Daryl Cox, and I have the honor of being the Executive Director of the Glebe Business Improvement Area. I'm here today on behalf of the Glebe BIA Board of Directors to express our support once again for Landsdown 2.0 and speak briefly to the impact that any further delays to this important city building project will have on our business community. As I emphasized at committee last November, one of the key benefits of a sports and entertainment district like Landsdown Park is the potential for significant economic and social growth. By attracting visitors from both within and outside the community, a sports and entertainment district generates increased foot traffic, leading to higher sales and revenue for local businesses. This influx of business activity also boosts employment opportunities, benefiting the local workforce. Landsdown Park is an essential component of the economic vitality of the City of Ottawa and a significant draw for both business and leisure travel. Landsdown Park is currently attracting over 4 million visitors annually, and as a site contributes over $400 million a year to Ottawa's economy. However, sustaining the positive economic impact of Landsdown Park has become more challenging as its facilities have become near or exceeded their useful life, while many other competing facilities across the country have been either refurbished or rebuilt. We just have to look across the Ottawa River at the new 4,000-seat Slush Puppy Center in Gatineau as an example. It is also important to note that on top of some of the facilities becoming functionally obsolete, as Marnie has just described, they do not meet current-day accessibility standards. This makes it difficult for people with disabilities and older adults to visit Landsdown Park and attend events, and as Marnie had mentioned, does not allow Ottawa Tourism and OSEG to bid for parasport events. If we desire to remain competitive and continue to bring high-quality event entertainment to the citizens of Ottawa and the region, we need to provide an environment that is attractive to the consumer of today. If current facilities are not updated or enhanced and designed to meet accessibility standards, Ottawa will lose customers, events, and visitors to competitors and forego the potential of hundreds of millions of dollars in local economic impact. And also, our reputation as a major event hosting destination will be eroded. If the arena is not updated, we could also face the prospect of losing PWHL Ottawa, which would be a huge loss from both an economic and social perspective. PWHL games attract thousands of visitors to the Glebe on Tuesday and Wednesday evenings, bringing an increase in business to our restaurants and merchants on traditionally slower days. Equally important is the fact that PWHL is inspiring a new generation of female athletes and is enhancing the visibility and popularity of women's hockey. And Ottawa and Landsdown Park must be a part of supporting the future of women's hockey in Canada. A thriving Landsdown Park has many positive economic and social impacts for all of Ottawa and has a huge impact for all of our businesses in the BIA. Many local shops and restaurants in the Glebe benefit when events happen at Landsdown, and on event days, you notice a vibrancy in the Glebe. However, what many of us do not see are the challenges most of our small businesses are facing on a daily basis due to the high interest rates, labor shortages, supply chain issues, and the increased costs of food, rent, and labor. According to the Conference Board of Canada, the economy's lackluster performance in the second half of 2023 will spill over into the first months of 2024 with minimal growth expected. After withstanding the once-in-a-lifetime pummeling of the COVID-19 pandemic, the restaurant industry makes up approximately 1/3 of our membership, is preparing for a tough first half of 2024. New data from Restaurants Canada tells the story. 62% of restaurants are operating a loss or barely breaking even, up 9% from July 2023. This is compared to 10% pre-pandemic. This alarming statistic underscores the immense pressure on the industry. While still 4 years away, maintaining the proposed timeline of having the event center operational in 2028 is crucial. This will provide a level of optimism for our business community, given the opportunity for increased visitation of the Glebe for more sport entertainment events being hosted at a state-of-the-art event center and renovated stadium at Landsdown Park. What the Finance and Corporate Services Committee is considering today is a crucial step in the plan for Landsdown Park. Landsdown 2.0 is a plan that has been put forward to allow the park to thrive as a marquee sports, culture, and entertainment destination. And a thriving Landsdown Park is important for all Ottawa residents. We all want to see Landsdown Park reach its full potential. We have a chance to improve upon some important components of Landsdown Park to fix what is not working and create a path forward. But any further delays will increase construction costs and delay the development of much-needed affordable housing. It will also impact OSEGs and Ottawa Tourism and host major events, resulting in a significant loss of economic impact that supports both the Glebe BIAs and Ottawa's small business community. I hope the Finance and Corporate Services Committee and Council will approve the recommendations in this report and support a vibrant future for the stadium, event center, and park that means so much to this city. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Daryl. Councillor Menard.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Thank you, Daryl, for being here. Nice to see you. And again, congratulations on the new position on the BIA. It's been great to work with you thus far, and really appreciate your efforts there. I'm wondering around the potential 10 years of construction and whether or not businesses are prepared for that with like huge, obviously heavy loads coming in and out, the potential for access being restricted. It's already difficult with QED and Bank Street as it is. Are businesses prepared for the potential 10 years of construction and what might come for them, particularly the businesses that are directly in Landsdown and the ones fronting it on close to Bank Street?
Yes, thank you for your question, Councillor. Yes, certainly there is some concern, but you know, we have total confidence in the city, and of course OSEG. You know, they have a vested interest in making sure that there is, you know, that they can mitigate any of those issues in terms of people getting into the venue, but also what the impact is going to be on Glebe residents as well. So I am very confident that staff will work with OSEG in developing a proper transportation plan to deal with the construction. You know, I was coming in this morning as well. I was remembering my days of working on the 3rd floor of City Hall, looking at construction of, or the old convention center being torn down, and the construction of the Shaw Center for all those years. You know, and there was the same concern at that time. How were we going to get people downtown? Well, a plan was put in place, and you know, we managed to survive those few years of construction of a hugely important venue for the city. You know, that's put Ottawa on the map from a convention perspective. And we will need to, while yes, there will be issues, we need to deal with that. A plan will be put in place for what will be a hugely important venue for the city of Ottawa.
You mentioned the PWHL games, and those games have been getting a ton of people. It's been a huge success in that facility, 9,000 people coming out, it's busy. I'm wondering, with the new arena with just 5,000 seats, what your view of that is? Are we big enough there with all the games, you know, 67s games in the playoffs? They're drawing huge crowds there. Doesn't seem like the arena is being built large enough with the number of seats.
Thank you, Councillor. So what's really interesting, if we look at so for my 9 years at Ottawa Tourism, working as the manager of major events there, the one thing that we actually lacked was an event center the size of what is being proposed. We currently have where the Senators play, which is too large for a lot of events to come into. There are a number of events where they are curtaining off the upper bowl at TD Place. So to be perfectly honest, 5,000 is a sweet spot for a lot of events to be attracted to the City of Ottawa. It will benefit Ottawa tourism in terms of the number of events they can attract. Yes, there will be certain occasions where, you know, well, you know, it would be nice to have that extra few thousand seats. But I think in the long term, obviously, Mr. Greenberg and Mark and the team at OSEG have done their homework in terms of what is the proper size. But you know, if I look back on my experience, I think that is a proper size arena.
Yeah, I do worry about ticket prices for sports fans in that regard, just given the competition for those seats and what we're already seeing as much more than those 5,000 people coming to regular events there. You mentioned that we need the project to remain competitive as a city. I'm wondering, competition's obviously very important. I'm wondering what you think about the fact that we are proposing in the staff recommendation not to go with competition for the selection of a designer for the site. That's not a competitive bidding process. Obviously, with your, you know, the view about keeping competition in the city going in all aspects, I assume you would agree that we need a competitive bidding process for the design of the stadium and event center.
Well, that is certainly not my level of expertise, Councillor Menard, and as once again, I'll put my trust in city staff and OSEG that they've done their due diligence and the right work towards this.
Okay, thanks very much.
Thank you.
Councillor Brockington.
Mayor, I just want to double check. We're talking about a procurement delivery model today, right? We're not talking about all the other factors we've already debated for hours and hours prior to today. We should be focusing on a procurement delivery model. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So, because even delegations aren't talking to a procurement delivery model. So for our delegate now, do you have any comments on the staff recommendation that outlines a procurement delivery model?
No, the Councillor, focus for my presentation was on the need to not have any further delays and what the impact that would have on our business community.
Okay, well, that's not what we're discussing today. So Mayor, I have no other questions. The delegates and our questions today need to focus on the procurement model. Otherwise, we'll be here till tonight.
Thank you, Councillor Brockington. Conseiller Plante.
Oui, merci beaucoup. And Riley, I'm really sorry. This may not be the right question that you just addressed in your concerns, but I was really struck when you said that you're having trouble recruiting, and I apologize if I'm not phrasing this exactly, people to work on the site. And I don't know if you're just referring to Bank Street or the site itself. And feel free to rule this out of order, Mr. Mayor, but I was just wondering if you could touch on that because we are having a similar experience in the Byward Market, and if you could maybe tie it into Landsdown as well. Thank you. And feel free to rule it out of order, Mr. Mayor. I was just curious about that comment.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I missed the comment. Could you please ask the question again?
Yeah, you had mentioned in your presentation that you guys were having trouble recruiting people to work at some of the restaurants, if I understood correctly, on Bank Street or at Landsdown. And I was wondering if you could develop that a bit further in relation to Landsdown, because we're having similar issues in the Byward Market, where which is located in my ward.
Yeah, and certainly I think it's a citywide and it's actually a countrywide issue, looking at the labor issues for restaurants. And actually, I'm somewhat hesitant, given Councillor Brockington's concern, to go further on. Mr. Mayor, take your guidance.
Maybe you can have that conversation offline.
Offline, yes,
yeah.
thank you.
Okay. All right. Daryl, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for your presentation. And again, we'll just remind delegates and members of the committee of Councillor Brockington's comments on sticking to the issue that's before us today. Next up is Michael Crockett from Ottawa Tourism. Morning.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay, Mr. Mayor?
Yep, go ahead.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, members of the committee and council. My name is Michael Crockett, and I am the president and CEO of Ottawa Tourism. And we are the destination organization for Ottawa, meaning that we promote, sell, develop Ottawa as a tourism destination, and we are the local voice for the tourism industry as well. So we work every day with local partners to attract visitors to our community, leisure tourism, business travel, and my main focus again today, major events. I'm glad to be here today to reiterate again our strong support for the Landsdown 2.0 project to renew and revitalize Landsdown. And while we are cognizant of its financial implications that are in the report and in the recommendations, we firmly believe in the significant long-term economic and social benefits that this project will bring to Ottawa. And we encourage the city to continue moving forward with the project so that our community can benefit from the new infrastructure and facilities sooner rather than later. It's great to hear the comments of Marnie and Daryl this morning. I couldn't have said it better. We're fully aligned with their comments. For us, a new arena and an event space will allow Ottawa to bid on and host more major sporting events and cultural events as well. That will be pivotal to bringing more visitors, business, and more visibility to our city. And just as importantly, to bring the massive economic impact of these events to our community and to bring the lasting legacy impacts to our community. Ottawa is a sports city and a leading sport destination, and if we want to maintain that status, we need the facilities that can help us attract more events and generate more economic impact. And when I last spoke with City Council on the issue of Landsdown 2.0, I drew the parallel with the construction of the Shaw Centre, now recognized as the best convention centre in the world. And although somewhat controversial at the time, our community chose to invest in itself and create that world-class facility, and it worked. The net economic impact just from incremental international conventions outweighs the investment made by any level of government. And Landsdown 2.0, under the model that's proposed today, gives us the chance to make a similar investment in our community, this time for sports, entertainment, and other major events. And we're not saying build it and they will come. As you know, we're already bidding on events, and many are already coming. Our 2023 estimates show that the World Men's Curling Championship, the Rugby Pacific 4 Series, and the Volleyball Nations League events alone, all hosted at Landsdown, generated approximately $17 million in economic impact for Ottawa. And this benefits a range of businesses at Landsdown, in the Glebe, but honestly throughout the community. And we now have research from Destinations International, which is our global industry association, that shows us how deeply the impact of visitors truly is in the community. On average, for every $1 million of visitor spending at what we would think of as traditional tourism and hospitality businesses, there's another $600,000 of indirect and induced business sales at businesses that otherwise on the surface have absolutely nothing to do with tourism. So what we are saying is let's build better, modern, accessible facilities, and we'll be able to bid more, win more, and host more. We've heard repeatedly that Landsdown is becoming functionally obsolete. Organizers and operators are witnessing it whenever they visit. The word does get around what should be a must-do venue in a prime location is instead making Ottawa increasingly unable to meet the requirements of bids due to those deficiencies. And this threatens to make us less and less relevant on the sports event stage, just as we would be irrelevant to international conventions without the Shaw Centre. And with an understanding the longer we wait, the costlier the project is likely to get. It's actually worse than that, because the longer we wait as a community, the more events that will choose to bypass Ottawa as well, bringing their economic impact to other communities. And we'll have to wait longer for the payback from this investment as well. Every delay pushes us further away from being able to host a Grey Cup or a Memorial Cup. The Canadian Elite Basketball League Championship Weekend is another event that we could be bidding for with the right venue, but they won't come back to the current arena with their marquee event. In November, you heard CEBL Commissioner Mike Morreale say just that. We had an agreement to host their championship weekend in 2022 and 2024. They will not bring their championship weekend back to Ottawa in 2024, despite the success in 2022, because of the facility and the potential risks involved. And that's just one events rights holder who's willing to speak directly to you about it, but you can also be sure there are many more like him who just quietly choose other locations now. So the sooner it gets done, sooner we can compete for those events, sooner the economic impact comes. We will do our part, continue to bid on and win those events for Ottawa, along with OSEG and other sport and event partners, but the right infrastructure is critical. And so if we, as a city, choose not to move quickly, the cities that have made those investments will seize those opportunities. And I can't claim to have the financial expertise of the city staff or OSEG or KPMG, but I have been around major infrastructure projects and financing for the majority of my career in the aviation world. I've read the report. I have confidence that this is the right path forward for our community, and we do support the recommendations that are in the report. So thank you. We urge you to keep the momentum going on this city building project that will return economic and social benefits to our city and opportunities that we should keep in the right place here in Ottawa. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Leeper, you have a question?
Thank you very much, Mayor. Michael, thank you for your presentation today. The decision to move ahead with rebuilding the north side stands and build a new event center is one that has been made, and we're looking at the procurement model today. To be really transparent, the key decision is around the whether we're going to proceed with the traditional design build, as staff have recommended, or whether we've heard a lot from some residents about the need to move into a progressive design build. And you've read the recommendations that staff have made as to why they've chosen a traditional design build, even though that was slightly less highly ranked as a procurement methodology. I'm just wondering, can you give me your insight as to whether we should be open-minded to putting a pause on this and looking at a progressive design build model? What do you see as the advantages of the traditional design build model?
Yeah, I think that's probably a little bit more complex than my expertise would be, Councillor. The analysis that was shown on the screen during the staff presentation, I think, showed the benefits of going with this current model, or the recommended model, in terms of meeting those, I think it was 6 specific criteria, and being able to pull those things off. And again, from my area of expertise, which really is on the visitation side and the tourism side and the major events side, those are the drivers I think that we would like the city to be considering when making those decisions. Things like the timeliness and the reduced negative impact on being able to host events. And I can certainly, the taxpayer also would want to see the certainty on the cost side of things as well before construction. So I think those were all benefits to the recommendation that's in there. I think the presentation also showed the adaptation or the acceptance of some of the lessons learned from previous projects as well, which I think is to the staff's the credit. They should be commended for that, because this looks like a plan to work with people who have constructed signature buildings in this city. When we think of some of the buildings in this city that have that this architecture team, this design team have been part of, things like the Shaw Centre, things like the airport, those are buildings that we all should be proud of in this community, and I think Lansdowne's the next one.
Okay. Obviously, I know what the staff arguments are. I hope that delegations will focus their comments on some of the decisions that are in front of council today. We've decided to build the north side stands. I am wondering whether we should change the procurement model to something that residents are suggesting we do. But I'll leave it there, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper. Councillor Menard.
Thanks very much, Mayor. And of course, staff did say last time we debated this issue that there would be several gates to decide this, and that this was another gate, and that there would be a gate in 2025. But of course, we'll be a long way down the process at that time, and a lot of money spent by that time. So hopefully we have good debates about obviously this item, and then the final price, which I know the Auditor General is also doing a review of, which will come back on this. Not a done deal yet, I don't think, but I did want to ask a question to the delegate. You represent, Michael, you represent Ottawa Tourism, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and are you aware that as part of the Landsdown 2.0 debt, there's a proposed siphoning of a hotel accommodation tax funneled to Landsdown 2.0 debt?
Well, Councillor, I think you'll recall you asked me a question about that back in November, and we did have a pretty good discussion on it. We've met with city staff on that discussion, and it's our view, as it was then, is that the nature of the municipal accommodation tax should be everybody contributes and everybody benefits. And so it's rather than taking the specific revenues generated from one particular hotel and directing it to the benefit of that particular hotel's geography, we would like to find other ways of supporting the development that we could work together with the city on. But we're committed to doing that, and staff know that as well.
Okay, so you wouldn't support the proposed $20 million going to the 2.0 debt as it currently was recommended?
I'm not sure where the $20 million number is from.
It's $500,000 annually over 40 years.
Yeah, so I think there's ways that we can support the project to that type of level, but not through directing a particular tax to a direct. That's just not the intent of what the municipal accommodation tax is there for.
Okay, thanks very much, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Michael Crockett, thank you for joining us today.
Thank you.
We'll go next to Neil Saravanamutu. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will be speaking about the issues before us today. Just before I do, I have to say I understand why delegations are coming here and talking about their concerns about Landsdown, because quite frankly, it's the only opportunity that people have to speak freely about how they feel about Landsdown. We've had a public consultation process that has done everything it can to prevent people from having their voice heard. And so this is the one opportunity where people can come and tell you what they actually think about the project. Now, I will be talking about the proposal, and I want to talk specifically about the concept of air rights. And we saw a slide a few minutes ago that showed air rights going up and then air rights in the ground. I actually want to talk about the piece that's in between those two. Excuse me. So the piece of land below the towers and above the parking garage. That's really what I want to talk about today. And I've got two questions that I think need to be explored. So the first question is, can any of you say whether we will or we will not be temporarily selling that land at Landsdown? That's public land. Will we be selling off that piece of land in between the two air rights? And number two, if we do temporarily sell that land, is there a risk that we, the public, never get it back? So those are the two questions that I want to cover today. And quite frankly, on that first point, Mr. Mayor, I don't believe that many people around this table are clear on what the answer is. And Mr. Mayor, if I go back and look at what people have said previously, I'm going to go back to the November discussions, and I'm going to give back some quotes to you. So on November the 2nd, and I'm going to quote here, these are words that you said, "There won't be any land sold to the private sector." Okay, that's clear. Later that day, City Manager Wendy Stevenson said, "The city owns the land and will continue to own the land." So there we go. The first day of public consultations, we had two resounding no's that we will not be selling off public land. Now let's fast forward one day, November the 3rd. So here is what General Manager Don Herware said when he was asked this question. In that in-between period, while the property rights have been sold off, and the developer is building the towers, the retail podium, and the subterranean, we would not have ownership of that entire piece of land. And Don, your answer was, that's correct. And by the way, Don, that was the second time you were asked that question. The first time, you implied that there would be no loss of ownership. So, Mr. Mayor, later that day, you asked Don to confirm, and I quote, "There's nothing unusual about this process of reacquiring the land and that it would be locked in. Is that correct?" To which Don's answer was, "Correct, Mr. Mayor." So on November the 3rd, one day after, on the second day of public consultations, you had moved over to the yes column. You had accepted that there will be a period of time where the city loses ownership of public land at Landsdown Park. So let's fast forward to the council, to the Committee of the Whole discussion on November the 8th, so 5 days later. And Mr. Mayor, I'm going to repeat your words back to you. My understanding is that we are not selling any land, that we will continue to own all the land. So now you're back in the no column. So Mr. Mayor, let me stop and ask, is there a period of time where the city loses ownership of the public land at Landsdown Park? Okay. Mr. Mayor, you said both yes and no at different times. Your city manager has said no. Your general manager of real estate has said yes. So what is it, yes or no? Are we proposing to sell off public land at Landsdown? Now, my second point is if indeed there is the possibility that we are selling off public land at Landsdown, even on a temporary basis, is there the possibility that we might, as the public, never get that back? Now, your staff, when they were asked this question previously, said that it's not a concern, that we can put in a covenant into the sale of agreement that is rock solid, such that the city will have the right to buy back the land. Let's say, after construction is being complete, let's assume that's 10 years. But here's the problem. Canadian case law is clear that covenants in sales agreements are very, very hard to enforce. They're very easy to break. And actually, there's an example very close to home that speaks clearly to how easily covenants can be broken. And I'm speaking about the golf course in Canada, Clublink. Clublink and two local developers are trying to build homes on a golf course that Councillor Curry will know well about. There was a covenant on the sale of that land that golf course would remain green space forever. The city keeps fighting this in court, and the city keeps losing. So if it can happen in Canada, it can happen at Landsdown. We could be at risk of losing the public land right in the middle of Landsdown forever. So let me conclude. I do not believe that most people around this table can definitely say whether we are proposing to temporarily sell off land at Landsdown Park or not. And I think that's a pretty fundamental policy question that council needs to understand and make a very deliberate decision on. So we can bring up staff up here and ask them, and they will say that this is a decision that will be made by council later. But by the time it comes back to council table, it will effectively be a done deal. It will be a take it all or nothing. And so the ability to go in and say, you know what, we're not comfortable with that part of the air rights, that's going to be lost. So let me conclude by saying that what I would like this council to do is amend the proposal on air rights to clarify, be totally clear that at no point will the ownership of public land be sold to private developers, even on a temporary basis. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Menard?
I'll just ask very quickly, thank you for that presentation. What's your view? What do you think is happening? Do you think we're selling off that land and that there's a proposal to potentially buy it back at what it would be considered market value afterwards? What's your view of what's going on?
Well, when I followed the previous discussions on Landsdown very closely. I've read through this document and I've gone through it in as much detail as I can. It's very vague on this concept, but my opinion is that the clear preference is that the land is sold off for a period of, let's call it 10 years, and that we include a covenant in the agreement of sale that the city would be able to buy it back. Now, what happens if the developer goes bankrupt during those 10 years? Okay, that land will become part of the assets of the bankruptcy estate. What happens if the developer at the end of 10 years has a difference of opinion and wants to use that as leverage over the city? These are all possibilities. That's why we need to be very clear, crystal clear up front, that we are not at any point selling off land to a private developer. This is public land. This is right in the very middle of Landsdown Park.
Okay, thanks very much, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Next, we'll have a presentation from Jincy Rose from PWHL Ottawa. Thank you for joining us today. Go ahead whenever you're ready. I think you're on mute still, sorry.
Sorry. I would like to address the mayor first. I'm not here to discuss the procurement model, but would like to voice PWHL support for the importance of this project. May I continue on?
Yeah, I guess if you're speaking specifically to just why it's important for us to move forward at this time, I think that's within the scope of what we're discussing today.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
You know, with that being said, I am quickly learned that Ottawa is the place you want to be. It's the market you want to be in. Coming up for warm-ups in our first game, we had a sold-out crowd, and it's been a sold-out crowd ever since. And I think every time you step out there, you can feel the joy and the excitement and anticipation and the hope that we get from the crowd. And it just shows like the magnitude of what we're doing. It's important, and people want to be a part of it. I've been all over the world in my career, played at some pretty incredible venues. And one thing, you know, professional venue when you see one. Professional venues provide professional experiences, and the facilities are set up in a way that gives the best experience to players and fans. And I think it's time for women to get those same up-to-date facilities. I want to start by saying, too, I'm so grateful for TD. It has been a great home for us in this inaugural season. But with that being said, I think we also need updated facilities to deliver a professional sporting experience to all. And we just know that TD doesn't quite meet that professional standards. We've heard that this morning already. And, you know, from a player's perspective, we just have very limited space with what we're working with. Our AT room is tiny. Our athletic trainers can't even give us the best they have to offer because they just don't even have space to do certain treatments. You know, we share a public parking garage and we have great fans, but again, there's a safe boundaries for players that they need. And, you know, they have access to us in the parking garage, and we, you know, are coming in and out of the rink. And on top of that, we have a ventilation issue within our locker room, and our gear doesn't dry properly. And because of that, like, it's constantly wet and growing mold, which like, that's not professional at all. And, you know, there's one elevator in the whole arena. And I quickly learned that because it's right by our locker room in a tiny hallway. And on game days, it just creates utter chaos for us with food vendors coming through and trash coming through. Media's there, and we're sharing that space with the other team as well. So in a place where you want to just get ready to perform, you're kind of stressed out because it's just a lot going on. But I think the project of Landsdown 2.0 is just a great way to put a professional marker on what this league is doing, and just upgrading the experience for players and fans to just be a place where a community can come and just be engaged and inspired and connected. And I think that's something that stuck out to me with our league is our league in this year has been able to just kind of bring the past, the present, and the future together in a way I haven't seen before. I have, you know, older women coming up to me and saying that them fighting for us was worth it to be. And so to be living in their dreams is incredibly humbling. And, you know, you have parents and young girls, and we're just seeing this capacity, this increase in capacity for them to dream and to imagine what a better future could look like in women's sport. And I think Landsdown 2.0 can really help push that. And, you know, learning a little bit of Ottawa's history, it seems that anything to do with empowering or bettering opportunity for women, Ottawa has been there as a driver to help launch it even farther. So it seems right on brand with the city to just lead a charge in building a new facility for women's hockey right in the nation's capital for all to see. This league, the turnout has been incredible. And, you know, as a player, I just want, you know, players and fans to have the best experience possible. And top of that as well, I just think you're going to see a city respond in a way that's engaged and inspired, and just again imagining the possibility of what's out there for women's sport. And you know, we've seen the possibilities and we've seen the power of sport in women's and how they're growing, and just the camaraderie, the connection, and the confidence that, you know, is coming through our league alone in women and community is valuable. And so again, in Ottawa, It's a great city with incredible fans, and it's the place you want to be in as a women's hockey player. And that's why I would like to encourage moving forward with Landsdown 2.0 so we can continue to build deeper partnerships with the city. The location is perfect and the time is now. The league isn't taking off next year or in a few years. It's taking off now, and what we're doing matters. What we're doing matters in women's sport, and we want as many people as we can to be a part of it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation, and thanks for choosing Ottawa to play your professional hockey. We're certainly, I know all of us are very excited that the team is here. Thank you very much. We'll go next to Chris Burkett, Vice President of League Operations and Compliance with the Professional Women's Hockey League.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And yeah, it's great to follow Jinsey. We're a player-focused, player-centric league, and so the players' voice is incredibly important in everything we do. So thank you, Jinsey, for being here on behalf of the PWHL. I'll be brief. I think it's important to note the historic nature of the PWHL at the outset. My role began with representation of athletes on the Canadian and U.S. national teams and beyond that were playing in something called the Professional Women's Hockey Players Association over the past few years. That group, in addition to playing hockey, were leading advocates for true professionalism in women's sports, and in particular in hockey. Had the great fortune to be advised and led by Billie Jean King, who's had incredible influence in breaking through the barriers and bringing women's sports to the platform that it deserves. And so through Billie Jean King's leadership and Jana Hefford's leadership and the players' voice, I was fortunate enough to work alongside them to help with the vision and strategy that led to the historic investment by our ownership group in the development of the league. At the core of those initial meetings, vision strategies, and the investment pitch in the sports was to watch what these athletes could achieve if they were provided a truly professional environment, which is not something that the best women's hockey players in the world had ever experienced outside of the Olympics, World Championships, and in some cases in the NCAA, but they certainly hadn't experienced that as professional athletes on a day in, day out basis. I specifically recall one of the leading players on the bargaining committee, and I was part of the collective bargaining agreement that secured the rights and benefits of the players vis-a-vis the ownership group, was a player named Sarah Nurse, who many will be familiar with, and important at the top priority for the athletes in the PWHL was a professional environment. It was to come to work every day as a professional athlete and to have the facilities that matched their level of professionalism on and off the ice. So that's just to set the frame for why we're appearing today and our support for Landsdown 2.0. I also just want to note that the league has been incredibly thrilled with the response from Ottawa and the fans and the local community. It is a market. I was there on the home opener, and I actually attended each home opener across our 6 North American markets. And there was an electric feeling in Ottawa, the fans, the support, and our leadership group amongst the athletes. The ties and the bonds that are forming are incredible. I would just say that the players in the PWHL are deserving of a modern facility. The current facility, having been there and having heard from the players, while manageable in the short term, is not in the long term. There's an urgency to moving to a facility that provides the level of professionalism that a modern athlete deserves and allows them to reach their potential. I think we as a league are really proud of the economic impact we're having in each market, in each city that we're in and in the surrounding area, and the community involvement and the impact that our athletes are having both in their local communities, but across North America and beyond, in terms of inspiring young girls to dream big. That was the message that the athletes that I represented delivered was that they wanted to close the gap between what a little boy could dream about in sports and what a little girl could dream about. As a dad of two girls who play hockey and a coach, this is the most inspiring part of what the PWHL is doing. We're incredibly proud to be in Ottawa, and we fully support the need and the urgency of moving to a modern facility. I'll pause there for any questions.
Okay, I don't see any questions, so thank you very much for the presentation. Appreciate you joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Richard Moon. I believe that's also online. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, councillors, and civil society. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Thank you for the opportunity to be heard on this pivotal and transformational Landsdown 2.0 redevelopment proposal. I'm with Reimagine Ottawa. Let me start by congratulating you, Mr. Mayor and City Council, on the recent funding announced by Premier Ford. With this announcement of $543 million in capital funding over 10 years, I imagine there will be a great temptation, Mr. Mayor, to endeavor to divert some of the provincial funding to Landsdown as a way of making the argument that Landsdown is truly affordable. Let's all watch this space. Now to the proposal at hand. We all agree that Landsdown procurement proposal before you is complex and requires sufficient time and due diligence by all decision makers. Regrettably, there seems to be a rush to arrive at a decision much more quickly without sufficient public review and input. It appears that there's been limited time for public attention, but more importantly, time for scrutiny by you, the members of this committee. I question whether all of you have had sufficient time to review this long, dense, and technical procurement report to understand fully the implications of a one-option-only procurement model to satisfy those lingering concerns on the project itself and to make such a significant decision. So this morning, I urge you as custodians of our public monies and the city's financial sustainability to take the time to examine and fully understand the facts, the nature of this procurement proposal, and the risks it presents, and consider even postponing such a decision until this is done. The proponent, Roger Greenberg, used the word hypotheses in November when summarizing the yes decision. A curious word to use in the context of a multi-million-dollar project, and one I hope that does not characterize the report before you today. I'll leave that cautionary note with you. Now to the model. It's stated that the traditional design bid build model will be used despite it being rated lowest by the KPMG consultants. Councillor Leeper already stated this. The report states the city has the most experience with it and has a proven record of successfully managing and delivering infrastructure projects using this model. If I heard correctly this morning from the staff that this model is being used for the library, if that's the case, is this a definition of success when we know that there's been a huge cost overrun? Is this experience that the staff referred to documented and available for public consumption in annual city reports on projects completed, citing the percentage of projects that come in on time, on budget, and delivery of expected performance and benefits? Are you decision makers aware of the city's track record with this model? Sole sourcing is before I move to sole sourcing, I'd like to just raise the issue that was brought up about the model. And I question whether familiarity supersedes getting the best out of procurement in our nation's capital. It's been mentioned that there have been many sports centers being built across the country, including cities of Edmonton, Calgary, and Toronto. Have staff engaged with these cities to look into their procurement proposals for such successful builds? Or is this one only option across the board of the project always taking precedence? So sole sourcing comes across as the solution, with staff wanting to move this along as quickly as possible. It's very concerning that the city will not take the lead for procurement, but share it with OSEG. How will the citizens and communities of Ottawa, who, by the way, are expected to cover any cost overruns, shouldn't OSEG be required to share the burden of cost? Is this not highly unusual and risky? Similarly, proposing to delegate authority to staff. Such delegation removes accountability of the elected official. Reflect on that. Also, additionally, the need to pause, perhaps with the given reports about staff not providing critical information to council. Again, the LRT raises—
That's time, sir.
Is this delegation wise and responsible? So thank you for considering these comments and working toward an improved, sustainable, and minimum risk arrangement for all of Ottawa. Thank you.
Thank you. Conseillère Plante.
Oui, merci beaucoup. Merci, Monsieur Moon, pour votre délégation. Est-ce que vous pouvez
Thank you, Mr. Moon, for your delegation. Could you clarify what group are you representing? I didn't get that. Reimagine Ottawa. It's a tenant group? Are you in the glebe?
It's across the city.
No.
We represent over 500 supporters, and we are in the advocacy of ensuring that there is effective and good city planning at City Hall vis-a-vis development.
Merci beaucoup.
Merci, Conseillère Plante. Councillor Luloff.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I just want to set the record straight on the comments made about the library. The design bid build is what has prevented cost overruns on the Adasoke project. There have been no cost overruns on this library, and you cannot compare a Class C estimate from 2012 with a proper Class A estimate done in context. The design bid build contract for Adasoke protects the institution by building in the possibility of increases due to things like inflation and supply chain issues. We've got excellent partners on this project. We've been very proud of the work that's been done so far. And I want to let people know that a Class A estimate will ensure proper consideration for all economic contexts. I mean, I did raise this when we were chatting with staff that, you know, when you have a Class A estimate out there and then you come back with a proper Class C estimate, that yes, of course, given the economic context that we live in right now, that number may well be higher, but staff have endeavored to ensure that the estimates that we're getting today will be as close as possible to what we will see in a Class A estimate. So Class C estimates from 2012 are certainly not comparable to a Class A estimate over 10 years later. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Thank you, Councillor Luloff. I stand to be corrected. I misunderstood then the reference to the library. Thank you for that clarification.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Menard.
Thanks very much, Mayor. Just, I guess, to Mr. Moon, the current Landsdown estimate on costs is currently a Class C. So do you see costs potentially rising when we get to a Class A, as I think our Auditor General and many others would say is almost guaranteed?
Well, is that not common knowledge, given a review of projects that have taken place across the country, for that matter, across the globe? And you need only to refer to the media, the references through the University of Ottawa, the Tefler Institution, about project management. This clearly will be the case, and no question about it. What the question is, how much of an overrun will there be? And I'm reminded that Graham Bird, who was presenting, in fact, a panel sometime back last year, indicated that his estimate for entire cost for Landsdown would be at a minimum of 1.5 billion. And again, this covers what perhaps has not been yet discussed is contamination removal, carbon issues, the whole aspect of what is required to rebuild in such an area. Over.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Richard, thanks for the presentation, thought-provoking. I would just caution colleagues, I have spoken with Graham Bird. It was certainly never his intention to suggest that Landsdown Park would cost $1.5 billion. I don't want to speak for him, but if you have questions about that, I would certainly reach out to Graham. But I am wondering, Richard, because this is obviously the big concern, is how do we best manage the cost creep that I think everyone around this table probably anticipates. How would a progressive design build procurement model better protect us? And I'm open to these arguments.
Well, that's well beyond my pay grade here. However, I would hazard to guess that it would be up to the city to reach out, consult with those that have had successful projects using more creative procurement models, such I mentioned in terms of the sports complexes across the country. They would be in a much better position to be able to advise on what procurement models would in fact mitigate. And to your comment about Mr. Bird, in fact, many of us, as well as yourself, we've tried to contact Mr. Bird to be able to clarify to the public what in fact he meant, and however, there has still been no comment from him publicly. So I take your point, and it's quite surprising, though, that he would make such a statement. And Councillor Gower was there at that presentation. He was the moderator. So he may be able to shed more light, having had possibly discussions after the panel presentation. Over.
And again, my conversation with Graham was just that. It was a conversation in which I asked him about his comments, and I don't want to speak for him, but I would suggest that anyone who wonders about what he meant by his comments would be better served by chatting directly with him. Richard, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Moon, thank you for your presentation. Next is Dr. Alexandra Gruca-McCauley. Good morning. Oh, good afternoon, actually. Yes, thank you. Good afternoon. Just turn on your microphone, and there's a red button in front of you there, right below the microphone. There you go. Go ahead anytime you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And if I could just get the slides up, please. Today's report presents information to Council in a way that obscures critical risks. One of these risks concerns selling city property rights to a developer with the hope that a buyback option could be exercised at a future date, a form of purchase and sale that was not done in Landsdown 1.0. Next slide, please. Another case of less than transparent reporting relates to the approval request for a $20 million loan to OSEG. The report describes the loan as a line of credit that is for, quote, cash flow requirements through to the end of the construction period, unquote. And it states that the partnership will, quote, repay any outstanding amounts on the credit line upon completion of the retail podium construction, end quote. The report's description would lead any reader to assume that this is just a short-term financing arrangement, that the city has limited exposure here, and that partnership operating profits will extinguish the loan at the end of the construction period. Yet upon a careful read, it becomes clear that when the report states that the line of credit will be repaid by the partnership, what it actually means is that the partnership will fold the outstanding line of credit debt into a refinanced retail mortgage. That is long-term debt. In 2012, the partnership took out a $120 million retail mortgage. In 2023, in response to cash flow pressures, the partnership topped up the principal amount of the retail mortgage by at least $20 million. Approval of today's recommendations would see a further $20 million added to the retail mortgage, which, together with new retail podium construction funding, would result in a retail mortgage of approximately $160 million post-construction. If anyone were to think, mistakenly, that the retail mortgage is of no consequence to the city post-construction, then they should revisit the 2020 Landsdown Annual Report, where the issue is laid bare. If OSEG were to default on its retail mortgage, the city would be compelled to take over mortgage debt servicing for economic reasons. Why? Because the city would not wish to allow a bank to take over the retail tenant lease revenue stream while the city receives only its $1 a year in rent. Moreover, the November 2023 report advised that the city will cover $10 million in lease disruption costs during construction. So now, city funds and institutional funding with city exposure would cover $30 million of operating deficits. What is particularly concerning is that the retail lease clearly had spelled out that any increases in the principal amount of the retail mortgage could only be used to cover capital or leasehold improvements in the retail component. Moreover, the November 2023 report stated that, quote, OSEG would continue to fund any operating deficits, unquote. Accordingly, approval for the line of credit should be subject to a caveat that the line of credit be paid out in full from operating profits and not be allowed to be converted to long-term mortgage debt. And most importantly, keep the condition that any increase in the principal amount of the retail mortgage be used solely for capital or leasehold improvements to the retail component. The troubling risk shift from OSEG to city continues to creep along, aided by carefully crafted city reports. Do not approve next steps until presented with a full, clear, and transparent assessment of the actual risks contained in this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Menard.
Thanks very much, Mayor, and thanks to Alexander for all of the work that you've put in on this. Probably somebody that knows the finances, one of the best people in terms of the public that knows the finances at Landsdown. So just on the $20 million piece, you're saying that this would be treated more as a kind of a cash advance against the retail mortgage, I suppose, rather than short-term operating difficulties that would be paid back as a traditional kind of line of credit would be paid back.
Yes, sure. And Ms. Jasmine's slide actually, specifically did talk about the retail mortgage in there. We have in the report in front of us today, it is actually spelled out. It's just not done in very clearly, so I think most people wouldn't understand that. But it does say that the repayment will come from the refinancing. I think there it starts talking about the number of square feet in the retail component or something, but it doesn't say retail mortgage. The slide did say retail mortgage, but that's exactly what it is. We've got this, in the report, what we have is a scheme where cash flow requirements are met by a line of credit. There will be a line of credit, but when it comes to repayment of that line of credit, it gets converted to a long-term retail mortgage.
Right. So instead of sort of just a short-term line of credit, what's going to happen is anything remaining on that line of credit at the end of it, which we anticipate might be a lot,
Might be the $20
because-
million, yes.
Right, so is it, that would be folded into instead long-term debt
Right.
the city would be backing?
What's remaining, and I certainly can't speak to what, what cash flow deficiencies will actually be funded through it. But most of us do understand line of credits, in business lines of credits where they revolve, they go around. You have a cash flow crunch, draw on the line of credit, cash flow comes in, pay off the line of credit, and revolves around like that. And not many people have the time to really, carefully digest this report. But clearly what's intended here, whatever's left, and if it's that full $20 million, if the cash flow pressures continue as they have for the past 10, 11 years, and even more so during construction, we can assume maybe we'll have that $20 million. And the intent is that then it gets converted into a long-term retail mortgage.
Okay, and so it seems then that staff are saying that the short-term line of credit could be paid off from positive cash flows. They use the term positive cash flows. So I just wonder where those positive cash flows would come from, because we haven't seen with Landsdown 1.0 a repayment of us under the waterfall, which we were expecting, of course. It was supposed to pay us back over $100 million and pay us back zero under the waterfall. So in terms of positive cash flows with all that construction happening, it's hard to see where those positive cash flows would come from. Is there anywhere in the report where it details where in the waterfall it would fall in terms of being repaid? Because as you know, those buckets in the waterfall dictate where those funds go first and what has to be paid back first.
Right. So the November report did spell out, quite clearly who gets what when. And as we know, if there are going to be any waterfall payments, and, let's remember that even the new event center is projected to lose $160 million.
This is the new build, the new event center.
Yeah. In the
it's projected to lose $160 million?
$160 million. This was in the November report, that the sporting, the teams and the sporting facilities and teams together are still going to lose money. The only thing that's making money under the projections is the retail sector. Up to this point, it hasn't been able to shoulder the burden of the losses to generate enough cash flow. That's what we've been presented with in all the annual reports to date.
Right.
There is a very optimistic set of projections that would perhaps see some waterfall cash flow coming to the city down the road. But when it comes to the line of credit, it obviously needs operations to be generating that cash flow.
And that's, I guess, your concern on the retail side, is that that's where the majority of this cash flow is supposed to come from. We're adding more to the debt on the retail side, potentially without paying down the line of credit. At the end of it, gets turned into long-term debt, and we're having to pay more on the retail loan, I suppose, over time.
That's right. It gets turned into, about $160 million or more of long-term debt. And now that's in the partnership, but as we've talked, as the 2020 report made really clear, if OSEG were to default, the city, in that report, it said the city would take over the retail mortgage. Contractually, legally, as far as I know, there's not going to be a guarantee. Maybe will be. I don't know if the lender's going to ask for a guarantee. But
yeah, right now we don't even have a guarantee of the sports team staying
we understand
for
the
longer
economics.
than 10 years.
That's right. And we understand the economics of that, is that we can't really, I don't think, justify a bank stepping in and getting the retail lease revenues. So that's within the retail mortgage. But then, of course, we've got still $100 million of city debt for Landsdown 1. Now we're talking about, I don't know, $350 million or more of new debt for Landsdown 2. We've got the guaranteed roof loan, which still has around $16 million, and so on and so forth. So we're talking a lot of debt.
Yeah.
With very poor historic performance to give us the confidence that this debt can be covered in the future.
Is it your understanding, because we're talking about the report, and Councillor Leeper mentioned before, we're kind of getting into the details about the type of procurement model, right? Design, bid, build versus another model, but there's this other financing in there too that I know we all know about. And so
is this the $20 million that we're talking about here, is that, I guess, to your mind, is that going to be paid back year after year, do you think, given your analysis of where things have gone with the cash flow in the past, or is it just something that's going to accrue? Like, does that accrue first before the $10 million that the city has allocated for lease disruption costs? Is that your understanding, that first would be the $20 million that's allocated, then the lease disruption costs would kick in, and then would OSEG cover beyond that $10 million for their half of the lease disruption costs they've said? Is that what you're understanding?
That's a great question. I think Ms. Jasmine would be the one to answer as to the the hierarchy there. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks for that. I guess just finally, what's your recommendation to council on this? Are we, under the current terms of the Landsdown Partnership Plan, are we able to do this with this debt, this $20 million?
No, so again, legal will speak to it. I've read the agreements, but who knows how many amendments have been made to now. I haven't seen all of them, and I'm certainly not a lawyer. But, reading the agreements, reading the retail lease and so on and so forth, originally, any increase in principal, this was quite clearly spelled out, any increase in principal in the retail mortgage could only be received for improvements, for leasehold, for capital or leasehold improvements in the retail component. And most certainly, increases in the retail mortgage principal amount were not permitted for cash flow deficiencies. So that would be a change to the agreements as far as I know, but again, the legal people can speak to that.
Okay, thanks very much. A lot of risk built in there and a lot of money the city's pouring into this thing. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. Next is Sharon Katz. Good afternoon. It's the button at the base of the microphone. Yep. Go ahead whenever you're ready. Thanks.
Good afternoon. My name is Sharon Katz, and I want to make 3 points in this presentation on my concerns regarding how Landsdown 2 is going. 1, based on their record in Landsdown 1, OSEG should not be running the Landsdown 2 project. Last Thursday, I submitted a written presentation to this committee that contains a link to an article in The Citizen from December 2015 entitled "Lifting Lansdown's Veil. Lawsuits Tell Story of Escalating Costs, Unpaid Bills, and Business Failures." I would recommend that you read the article if you have not already done so. 2, the Auditor General's first report on this project is coming out in June. Due to the magnitude of this project financially and due to the use of some questionable assumptions in putting together the funding model, City Council should not be sinking any more money into the Landsdown 2 project until they have received the Auditor General's report and until any recommendations in her report have been addressed. It is more important to get it right than to get it fast. There's no big rush. And 3, I wanted to talk about the quality or lack thereof of public consultation on this project. I found the policy document on the City of Ottawa website regarding public participation that states, among other things, that the public should have a say in decisions that affect their lives, and the public participation process will include the commitment promise that the public's contribution can influence the decision. I submit that the city has not lived up to those standards on this project. The city has not respected the views of what I believe are the majority of residents in Capital Ward who would be the most affected by the Landsdown 2 project, and has not even considered the financial effects on residents in all the other wards in Ottawa of so much of their tax money being dedicated to this one project and not available for other projects in their own wards for years to come. I'd like to comment on some of the public consultation that has taken place. There was an Engage Ottawa online survey by the City of Ottawa. Councillor Menard encouraged people to participate in that survey, but then heard complaints that the survey did not ask the right questions and did not allow them to express their feelings about the proposal as a whole or on aspects of the proposal. So Councillor Menard held a survey of his own in which he tried to address those issues. He publicized the survey to the best of his ability and received 1,886 responses from all areas of Ottawa. In response to the question, in its current form, do you support the Landsdown 2 proposal? 65% said no, 26% were unsure, and only 8.7% said yes. Then OSEG retaliated by commissioning a survey of their own to be carried out by ECOS Research. The ECOS survey had one glaring problem. It was not limited to the residents of the City of Ottawa. It was a random sample of 1,076 residents of the National Capital Region, and all the data were statistically weighted by age, gender, region, and educational attainment. Lansdowne is a project of the City of Ottawa. There was no reason to include the Quebec side of the National Capital Region in the survey, and it was not insignificant. The result of the statistical weighting was that respondents from Quebec region were weighted at almost 1/4 of the total, just under 23%. The ECO survey did not ask whether respondents were previously familiar with the Landsdown 2 proposal, but instead described it in glowing terms and then asked whether respondents supported or opposed the proposed development. In response, overall, 59 supported it, 29% opposed it, and 12% had no opinion. ECOS also noted that opposition was highest in the Glebe, Old Ottawa East, Old Ottawa South, 48% opposed and 50% supported, and in Central Ottawa, 42% versus 43%. In other words, the people closest to the proposed project, and probably most likely to know about the project before they took the survey, were least likely to be in favor of it. The ECO survey also asked whether overall Lansdown 2 represented good value for money for citizens and taxpayers, to which only 30% of all respondents agreed. I could give you more information from the surveys, but I'm running out of my 5 minutes. If you want more information from me, you could ask me questions about things like opinions on the loss of green space, support for the housing proposals, attitudes towards public-private partnerships, or the unanimous agreement on the need for better public transit. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Menard.
Thanks very much, Mayor. I just wanted to clarify on your first point that you were making about the lead of the project. Is it your point that the city should be leading the project if it's to go forward rather than the partnership? I don't know if it's been determined yet. I know KPMG said that there's advantages to either in some parts of their report, depending on the subject matter. But I guess you're referencing back to the 2014-15 examples of a partnership-led
The article was
procurement.
Commenting on what happened with Lansdowne 1.
Yeah.
And said it was, in terms of the leadership by OSEG, was a disaster. And let's learn from history.
Okay, so you're saying, should this proceed, city should be managing the procurement process. Okay, thanks very much for that clarification. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Katz. Next up is John Dance.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate that. I'm a resident of Old Ottawa East. I'm pleased to have my second opportunity to speak in person on Lansdowne. I specifically like to speak on the risks of going forward. Going forward as proposed at this time. And I ask why potentially waste money before the OLT appeal is heard and until you've heard from the Auditor General. I want to cover a few things. I want to have them on the record because another 10 years, when we look at another financial failure, it's quite clear that what you are at present on course to do. First, OSEG has had use of most of the facilities on Lansdowne for $1 a year. They've covered operating costs, but it was like giving your brand new car to somebody else for $1 a year. You don't get to use it, but you sure hope the person who does pays for upkeep, returns it in reasonable condition, and actually provides a financial return. Instead, they failed to fix the roof despite being funded to do so, and they used at least $15 million of city naming rights, you know, those TD signs, for their own operations. And the taxpayers had no benefit from those naming rights. And that's, yeah, it just isn't reasonable. The idea that Landsdown 2.0 is largely revenue neutral. Property tax uplift is a sham. Substantial additional revenue from retail is a fantasy. There's just 2%, 2.4% actually, additional retail through L2.0. You're going to, and that's going to turn things around? No. Selling a city asset to cover part of the L2 cost is an expenditure of city money, just like all these other expenditures. And the idea of increased event revenue is really dubious when you reduce the capacity of the stadium and the arena. The Achilles heel of this whole thing is that transportation is deemed adequate. It's not. North-south access depends on a circuitous 40K scenic parkway and on what is now a 3-lane bank street. It's narrower than it used to be, as you may have noticed. East-west access is via very slow streets with multiple 4-way stop intersections. There's no motorized access from east of the canal. And as is so clear, this is not on LRT. You keep on forgetting that. There's very limited parking. The whole idea of reliance on shuttles for large events, it shows a ludicrous transportation situation. It's the wrong place for major events. And I do want to address this idea that accessibility will be improved. The proposed location of the new arena is notably farther from Bank Street, meaning all users are being inconvenienced. Simply getting to the main entrance of the new event center arena is going to be problematic with those with disabilities. People with disabilities should be able to use LRT to visit Ottawa's major sport and entertainment centers. Paratransport can't now and will even be less able to access the new event center. Why are you doing it to people with disabilities? And I heard earlier, and I was referred to, I was the one that had the kitchen analogy before, and as though I was speaking against better accessibility. Definitely should be better accessibility on LRT and at an arena people can use, not at this location. The idea that it's good for climate, well, yeah, thanks for moving that on. The arena will be energy efficient, but because of no LRT access, it becomes very energy inefficient because you're using all that carbon for people to drive to an arena and to the stadium. The new arena removes valuable green space, contrary to city policy. L1, to its credit, removed paved parking lots and added green space, but L2 removes green space and replaces it with buildings and hard surface public space. And then this is critical idea that should be a concern to all of us, that it supports sport, it promotes sports. Gatineau, and this was referred to, built the 4,000 slush puppy center, and they paid $125 million. And in addition, they got 4 community rinks. How many additional community rinks, indoor rinks, are we getting for $500 million? None. CFL football was massively subsidized by the first Landsdown. They've had their chance. In 2024, there'll be only 3 non-red black events that require both sides. And that's what you're spending all this money for, that in the arena? The L2 expenditure will greatly limit the city's ability to support the Senators, a team that is, I would suggest, more important than the Red Blacks, and that hasn't already had a massive subsidy. And yes, Women's Professional Hockey League, great, but let's give them the chance of playing in a bigger arena at a location people can actually get to. So I guess the other option, if I may, as I conclude, is that you should pause. You should give it a good thought. You should find options for a better location of a new entertainment center and avoid the $60 million waste. Time, sir. $60 million waste of removing the contaminated berm, destroying taking down the stadium.
All right, that's time, sir.
Okay.
Thank you. And Councillor Menard?
Thanks very much, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Dance, for your presentation. I did want to just speak to the total cost here because we are speaking about the design, the procurement, and the total cost to come, which I know the AG is also looking into. You mentioned a few aspects. So the much-loved green berm that's there now, the cost to remove that berm would be what? Do you know?
Well, I estimate, look, in terms of the waste, what's going, first off, we're removing a $23.6 million roof that we paid for.
Right, so we paid, just to be clear, John, we paid $23.6 million in a loan to the partnership to fix that roof. Right. There's now 16 million left. That, because it's being torn down,
It's gone. It's just wasted money.
Okay.
Secondly, so we're destroying 40,000 square feet of retail. Well, at $250 a square foot, that's $10 million that was built 10 years ago.
So
and
you're talking,
tearing
is this
down.
the J block that you're talking
It's the
about?
J block.
Right in
Yes,
front of the north side
it's the J
stands,
block.
just built in 2014, brand
Quite
new.
right. All right, in terms of the demolition, I don't have a hard figure for this. And quite frankly, in terms of what waste is being entailed, all you councillors should have been informed what waste is happening here. And at no point in any of the Landsdown documentation have you councillors been told what money is being wasted because you're not building an arena at a different location. In terms of demolition, the only thing I could find online was that the Edmonton Northland Coliseum in 2017, it was to tear it down was $15.5 million. Well, this is a much bigger tear down than what happened with the Edmonton Northlands. So I'm estimating about $20 million. And then you're removing all those improvements that you made to the arena and to the stadium through the initial Landsdown one expenditure. And so that was a total about 135 million, I believe, for the two of them. So this is about 7% of that. So
yeah, just on that, John, so are you aware that the buildings that currently exist there have lots of life left in them, and that the original engineering reports indicated from 2014 that the north side stands and arena would last to 2067 at least, and that they have a value over $130 million, which would be torn down and thrown away?
Yes, I think we're all aware of that, but for some reason there's a preference to subsidize OSEG and a professional sports team. Anyway.
Yeah, there's a few other costs baked in as well that you haven't mentioned. So we would be foregoing cash in lieu of parkland funds. That's costing the city about $4 million. Under any other development, we would do that. We'd be foregoing that here. The other one, I think, and maybe you're not aware of this, but the city would also pay at least $10 million in leasehold payments as a result of construction disruption. Were you aware of that as well?
Not so much, but the list goes on.
We're funneling $500,000 annually over 40 years from the hotel tourism industry into Landsdown debt. I don't know if you were aware of that. And then, John, just one last question as well. You know, you mentioned a lot of the other waste that would be coming with this, the building, the brand new J block, the Landsdown 2 proposal would also take $600,000 every year from the parking reserve to pay for parking in the new residential units every single year. So that's funds that we've accrued that can be used for all kinds of things: transit, walking, biking, things that reduce the need for parking. So, and that improves transportation mobility. So we'd be taking $600,000 every year from the parking reserve to also funnel into this project. Were you aware of that?
Yes, it's totally fiscally irresponsible. You should put a pause on this and take a good look at how else you can get a new event center elsewhere on LRT that works works for all people, including those with disabilities.
And just my last question, you mentioned the I guess, what is it, tax increment financing or the property tax uplift piece. So the 75% of the property taxes that would normally be coming into those buildings would be going citywide, so to every ward. The councillors to my left and right and every councillor around here would receive that funds. Instead, what would be happening, and clarify if I've got this right in your view, instead what would be happening is those property taxes would be funneled into paying down the long-term debt on that site rather than to projects in every councillor's ward.
Yes, and all taxpayers in other wards will be picking up the taxes required by the new build.
Thanks very much.
Thank you, Mr. Dance. Next is June Creelman. Good afternoon.
Hello. I have a presentation, please. Mayor, councillors, and staff and friends, I will be speaking to this report, and specifically I'm going to ask you to consider some of the lessons from the LRT public inquiry and how they impact some of the recommendations made in this report. Next slide. In his conclusion of the report on the public inquiry that was issued just a little bit over a year ago, Justice William Horgan said, "Public infrastructure projects will not succeed unless participants, both public and private, understand that their first duty is to the public. Those participants must never forget that the infrastructure belongs not to them, but to the people, and it is the people to whom they must ultimately account." Next slide. This project, Landsdown 2.0, is the second largest public infrastructure project the city will undertake after the LRT. Yet, I see, at least in my view, many of the recommendations from the LRT inquiry are not being applied, and I'd ask you to consider these. I've chosen 5 areas where I see a gap. So the first one is in the area of procurement. Staff did follow the recommendation to critically analyze the number of options. However, they have chosen not to follow the advice of the experts and the rigorous process they undertook to decide on the best procurement option, and instead opted to go with a poorly rated option. So in my view, the city should follow the expert advice of KPMG. The second area is financial responsibility when making decisions that are very costly to the taxpayer. The report says that the city should have more carefully considered the budget before committing publicly. In this case, we have only Class C estimates, and we know they're likely to go up. You are being asked to vote on significant spending and commitments before you have the Auditor General's report. It seems to me that it is premature to move forward before these financial implications of this project are fully understood. Area 3 is the time pressures. The LRT inquiry concluded that it was political time pressures that drove many of the decisions around the LRT. I think you're all aware. In this case of Landsdown, they are false time pressures. Sure, you have voted to go ahead with this project, but there is no emergency. Rushing to avoid complying with the new building code is unwise. Would you buy a new computer that had an operating system that was about to expire? And proceeding before the Auditor General's report and appeal, when these are going to be heard within a few months, is unwise. There is no real time pressure. The next area is council oversight. It did say that City Council was prevented from exercising its oversight and protecting the public interest. In this case, I would contend that the staff report has minimized the potential impact of the Glebe Community Association's appeal. If that appeal is successful, the arena will not be able to be built in park green space. That means the whole project would have to be redesigned, and maybe the arena would be built elsewhere, perhaps where it is now. And City Council, to be responsible and protect the public interest, should wait for that Auditor General report. The final area is that of public interest. Basically, the LRT inquiry really drove that home, as I did in that first quote, that all decisions must be made in the public interest, and the public must receive honest and open communications. As we know, Landsdown is a site of interest to all residents of Ottawa. Delegating all contract negotiations and decisions to staff puts a veil around the project and prevents the public from knowing what is going on and providing feedback in the project. So I urge you to avoid repeating the mistakes of the LRT project. Avoid creating politically motivated or short-term time and budget pressures that led to the LRT failures. It is not in the public interest to proceed at this time with the LRT procurement, spending, air rights, and staff delegation as recommended in this report. As councillors, you have the opportunity to get it right.
Okay. Thank you very much. Councillor Menard.
Thanks very much, Mayor. I'm just wondering, June, you're obviously involved in Landsdown and would know this. Were you contacted at any time for consultation on this report that's in front of us and the things that it's asking us to do, the report that's in front of committee today?
This particular report, no, I haven't been.
I do wonder if any public consultation was actually done on this report prior to it coming here.
Not to my knowledge.
Okay, thank you very much, Mayor.
Okay, next is Tone Dreesen, who I believe is online. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Hello.
Hi, go ahead.
Thanks for having me here and giving me a few minutes to speak on this. As you may know, my name is Tone Dreesen. I'm an architect, past president of the Regulator for Architecture in Ontario, the OAA. I write in local and national media on the importance of design in our society, and I'm an advocate for fair procurement in the public interest. I run a local architecture practice, delivering complex public sector projects from Southern Ontario to Newfoundland for clients with fair procurement models that respect good value. The memo before you today is dense and complex. I wrote a lengthy overview of it and submitted it to you by email and encourage you to read it, and I'm available if you have questions. I'd like to be clear that I don't dispute that Landsdown needs to be improved. My concerns are relating to the process and stem from past performance, including how Landsdown 1.0 led to bankruptcies and business failures, which, in my opinion, the city is morally or culpable for. Key considerations in this include the following. The construction procurement recommended by staff is the lowest ranked of the 4 final options recommended by the consulting firm. There appears to be no discussion with the Construction Association architecture engineering firms as to which model is best. Given that an architect or engineering firm will have to implement and administer this project should it go ahead, it's worth asking which contract model works best for them in their day-to-day experience. Design procurement is to be selected as a sole sourced option to the current firm. This is a very highly talented and respected firm who has brought us the Shaw Centre, the Ottawa Airport, and LRT stations, and so has experience not only with complex projects, but local needs. What's missing, however, appears to be an assessment of this proposal as an unsolicited proposal under Ottawa's procurement bylaw, which I reference in my letter. It's not clear if that assessment's carried out, and if so, what the results are. If the Landsdown project is to proceed, there's no valid reason to rush the project, nor any reason to undertake the form proposed by this memo. There are options for design procurement, including ones brought to my attention by some members of council here today. One format used in Toronto recently is a fair phased design competition that places values on outcomes and meaningful public engagement. Other models include Toronto Community Housing's model that provides a fair, transparent negotiation of fees and outcomes rather than a fee race to the bottom, which is the norm. I'd encourage the City Council to look at these models as well as the track record in Edmonton and Calgary, which have used improved procurement formats for decades with resounding success, or the US, where our form of procurement has been illegal since 1972. There's no reason to believe that the current architects could not win that project, and the public may benefit from a more robust process that shows the potential of other ideas, creativity, and value for public investment. The city and residents will only benefit from this process. To the matter at hand on construction procurement, I'd encourage the city to give careful thought to the decision. I ask that you read the letter that I provided carefully and ask if our track record as a city has brought good value when it comes to complex projects. Do you have faith that decisions made today will be in the best interests of future generations who may be burdened with the long-term costs of a project? As Ben Franklin said, tell me and I'll forget, show me and I may remember, but invoice me and I learn. There are some specific challenges with the overall project, which are too lengthy to get into detail in here in just a few minutes. I'd encourage members of committee and council to consider carefully if this project has the legs it needs to stand on its own. If our tolerance for risk is so low, we have to transfer risk rather than mitigate and share in a risk-reward model as integrated project delivery promotes. We should embrace that opportunity. If our tolerance for costs is so low we can't afford extras, is the sale of air rights and a significant uncertainty in cost estimates acceptable to our wallets? If we want to save costs, both capital and long-term operational, we need to assess procurement needs for both design and construction procurement that give the best value. If our goal is to build more housing, there are alternatives that could, for example, achieve far more homes, greater density, and more sustainable housing with a better quality of life than the proposed table so far. It's worth noting that arguments related to code changes as a reason for approval are spurious at best. Code is the very least we can do, and code changes are likely to be well known well in advance. And should we decide to set code minimum as the lowest threshold, we can easily plan for these changes. Alternative construction models should be considered. There are contract models that are more highly rated in the consultant report, which makes me wonder why we bothered with a consultant if we're going to ignore their recommendations. Other options like integrated project delivery has significant positive track records and benefits, but may be unknown to staff. Being unknown is not a reason to be ignored, especially when there's expertise right here in town, up the valley in Chalk River, where this model has worked, providing good value transparently for years. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Menard. Councillor Menard?
Sorry, I thought I saw Councillor Devine.
Well, I'm going to committee members
Okay,
first.
you know, I'll put my hand down and I'll come back.
Councillor Devine?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Dreesen, for your presentation. I appreciate having some perspective from people within the industry. Now, I'm going to ask you a question that I wanted to ask to staff, that I will likely ask the staff, but I think I want to hear your position on this. So you made reference in your comments about the value of consulting with industry. On page 5 of the KPMG report, they recommend that, quote, as the scores of both models are very close, additional analysis would be appropriate to select the optimal delivery model. They go on further to recommend that a market sounding with potential bidders would help validate the market's interest and solicit feedback on the advantages and disadvantages of each delivery model. So, Mr. Dreesen, I understand from your comments that you're disappointed that such consultation with industry did not happen. Can you give some insight? Because while there's value in getting insight from KPMG, an accounting firm, can you give insight on what kind of value could have been obtained from market sounding with industry or further analysis of the various models with industry?
Yes, I mean, there's a couple ways to do that. One is to issue what's called an RFI, a request for information, or a request for expressions of interest from the city to advertise to builders or bidders or contractors to provide an expression of interest as to a responsiveness to this type of project and what contract model they would propose and what pros and cons there are. There's also a consultation that could occur with the Canadian Construction Association, or potentially even with local groups like the Ottawa Construction Association, and provide feedback and input as to risk sharing, risk certainty. To me, integrated project delivery should really be on the table as an opportunity because it really provides a very transparent approach to profit, risk sharing, and how the city can really benefit from cost savings and innovation and creativity, as well as bring the advantages of improved schedule outcomes.
Thank you. To follow up on that, because ultimately, I'm trying to get to the bottom of the discrepancy between the staff recommended model and the KPMG recommended model. If staff were to pursue what I think you called that an R5, I'm not sure, forgive me, that kind of additional consultation, might that kind of additional consultation with industry, asking, let's say, a construction firm to weigh in on the pros and cons of these various models for a project of such a scale, would that additional consultation result in a lengthy delay to getting the project towards where it's aiming to get to?
I would say no. I would say that, well, if it was me, you could issue that by Tuesday next week, have responses by the end of April, and an analysis and discussion by the end of May.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll bring the question later on to staff about making sure that we pursue all kinds of consultation to determine that the procurement model we get delivers the best public good. Thank you, Mr. Dreesen.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councillor Menard.
Thanks so much, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Dreesen, for being here and your expertise and your submission to council. It was comprehensive. In the KPMG report, it recommends that staff mitigate the issues that they identified with going with a PDB approach by further analyzing it, by hiring expertise to fill the knowledge gap that we've heard from city staff. Would that be your approach as well?
I think so. Progressive design build is not often used, but it can be, and it can be extremely beneficial. Both the acronyms and the intricacies and the subtle differences between progressive design build, design bid build, modified design build, IPD. They're very technical, and it takes real subtlety to see and understand the differences between them. So I think that progressive design build or IPD are both very valid options that should really be considered as bringing risk mitigation, not risk transfer, and better opportunities. A key example would be being able to identify a risk, provide a price to that risk, and then be able to share in the reward if that risk is mitigated, that reward translates to an increased benefit for the city, increased profit for a stakeholder. There can be trade-offs that can be passed around through a more integrated, collaborative kind of a model. Design bid build to date has apparently had no change orders on the Etisoke Library. But design bid build is one of the most typically confrontational models in construction procurement, because the low bidder looks for every opportunity to use the specifications and the drawings to deliver the very least that is required in that contract and meet the minimum standard that has been asked for in the drawings. And everything outside that becomes an extra. And that, there's a classic joke of a picture of a boat, and the little tiny dinghy at the end is the original contract, and the huge massive yacht at the other end is called the change order. And that's sort of a joke, but it's not far off from a conventional design bid build. And it's not untrue to imagine that change orders will eventually show up, and they will be confrontational.
Yeah, and I want to dig into that a bit more, because the reason we've been given as a council that we would be going with the design bid build is twofold. One is that we would have a fixed price before awarding the final contract in 2025, and that this would successfully mitigate the risks of cost overruns in the project. So is that your experience with design bid build, or are there actual more risks built in that council's not being told about?
It can, and I'll give my own experience with design bid build, is that when you're paid properly, when you're the architect and you have an engineering team and you're paid properly through a really good design procurement to do the absolute very best work you possibly can, you're given a sufficient schedule, proper review time, all of those things that go into a good design procurement, you end up with a really tight set of drawings and specs. So when the contractor says, well, I don't want to do this, I'm going to do this instead, it's going to be cheaper, and I pocket the profit, we can push back and say, no, we expected this quality, this standard, and you have a stronger case to make for the product you want, not the cheaper substitute. And that requires a really good design procurement. You can get a good result from design bid build. It does provide cost certainty in one sense, but it opens the door to greater risk of extras and unknowns down the road.
Yeah, you mentioned the confrontational nature of it, and that it's dependent on factors outside the city's control. And of course, in this project, what council's recommended is that any cost overruns in the project, we bear, instead of with the original 1.0, which was not borne by us, but by the partnership, or OSEG. And so in this case, cost overruns are going to be on the city. Mm-hmm. What are those factors that may be outside of the city's control that could lead to, I guess, risk?
Well, there could be all kinds of things like, unknown soil conditions. You can try to predict things. You can do a soils report. You can hope for the best, and then you still find, either soup or bedrock, and those are extras. And the clock starts ticking as everyone stands around with a shovel in their hands waiting for instruction. You can end up with a more complex demolition process, things that you can only anticipate so much on drawings. Cost of material escalation. You know, if you bid the job in 2025, but you don't need the, you know, copper eaves trough until 2028, and the cost goes up, well, the cost goes up, and there's material escalation, things that can drive out of control because you're asking one person to price something today that they might not need for 4 years. So that leads to the potential for these costs to go up unless you start putting lots of controls and mitigation strategies in, which just burden down the contract and make it more difficult. You get a cost certainty because you know that this is a price, but you get cost uncertainty because you don't know how many extras there might be.
Okay, thanks for that. That's just, I guess, the last question's about the sole sourcing of the designer and not taking anything away from the designer that is being recommended here. The design team, obviously talented, but it's a non-competitive recommendation for us again on Landsdown. This would have been an unsolicited proposal at the time, and now we would not go out to competition for the design work. Should we be going out to competition, or is that not important?
So I think it is important. You know, I think with all respect, BBB are fantastic architects. You know, they're great people, great firm, great reputation, and there's no reason not to believe that a well-structured, proper design competition, which admittedly is not the norm in Ottawa. We've done very few competitions and they've not gone well. But if we were to do something well, well executed, well delivered, we would be able to deliver a really good result. And that could be phased, it could be collaborative. You know, the recent example in Toronto was for a park where part of the jurying was public feedback and input. And it can be very straightforward, including things like a very simple design brief to describe, you know, how many square feet of, you know, stores and event space and so on is desired, and a half-page description of what the current challenges are, and leave that open to the design teams. You know, a good analogy, and it's just because I'm hungry, is if you showed me your fridge and you told me what ingredients you had in your fridge and said that you were hungry and wanted me to make you dinner, I could come up with a variety of different things, and every person at this table could come up with a different meal. But you might get creative solutions on what that meal might look like. You might be happier. You might have more leftovers for a future dinner. You might invite friends. You might get a better result. If you tell me specifically that you want steak au poivre with a pomme dauphinoise and then a broccoli with a nice lemon butter sauce, and I make that based only on the ingredients you have in your fridge, you might get what you asked for, but it might not be the best thing, and it might not be exactly what you need.
Right, so the ham and potato soup that I made in the Instant Pot yesterday may not be the best result for everybody here, but if we went out and we solicited feedback and got people's opinions on it, we would probably come up with a better alternative option, even though I love that soup. Okay, thanks very much. Thanks, Mayor.
You're very welcome.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper.
Oh, I'm hungry. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mayor. Thanks, Tone, for being here. How would a progressive design build procurement work differently to contain costs? The underlying uncontrollable issues may still arrive. We may still come across geotech that is unanticipated, construction material inflation, but is the taxpayer better protected under that top-rated KPMG recommendation?
We'd have to get into the weeds of the specifics. I don't know that you're better off. I think its key advantage is that it would improve timelines somewhat. You know, the difference between progressive design build versus a conventional design build is pretty subtle. We've used and I do a lot of military work, what they call a modified design build, which is very similar to progressive design build. And it follows that kind of a model of coming up with a design, getting you sort of most of the way through the design to give you some reasonable degree of cost certainty. One of the advantages would be that you could identify through poll planning some opportunities to, say, for example, demolish something or do excavation or, do more advanced test pits to determine what the risk of something is, say of soil in a contaminated hill or something, that would allow you to eliminate certain risks in advance. You could pre-tender certain aspects of the work if you knew that, for example, an air handling unit was 32 months for a specific piece of equipment. You could determine what that might be and pre-tender that work so that it doesn't affect your timeline and hold you up down the road. So there are some advantages that could be thought about if that was considered.
Thank you very much, and that is helpful. I know I'm harping on this, but it's a major part of the decision that's in front of us today, and I want to try to make sure I understand it better. So thank you very much for the intervention. It is helpful.
Thank you, Mr. Dreesen. We'll go next to Carolyn McKenzie.
Thanks so much, everybody.
Great. Thank you very much. Oh, yeah. Thanks for the slides. Good afternoon, and thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the committee for having me here to speak. I believe I'm the last speaker. I will try not to repeat or rehash comments made previously and stay focused on the report ahead of us. I'm really framing my comments around, I guess, a continuing concern over risks associated with this project and risk to the city and taxpayers, which I see as continuing to be downplayed for Landsdown 2.0. It seems in many of the reports that are before you that we see a lot of optimism about the benefits, and there are benefits through this proposal, no doubt, but really downplaying and in some cases dismissal of some considerable risks. Next slide, please. What risks are we taking on by rushing such a complex project? And by rushing, I think, and it's been mentioned already, it's very clear from the report in front of you on the delivery schedule that there's a rush. There will be a rush to complete the design ahead of the building code mandate expected in early 2025, I believe it is. So I guess my question, a question that I think you should have is how much slack has been built into the design schedule, given that significant risk of cost increases if that building code, if we don't meet that deadline and the building code necessitates a great reworking of the design, how much additional risk is the city introducing by putting architects under what I assume to be huge time pressure to turn out drawings and specs, which I think will introduce lots of opportunity for errors and potential emissions. For such a complex project, does it really make sense to plan for such a constrained design and construction planning schedule? And will squeezing it not significantly reduce the possibility of innovative design ideas that could result in superior outcomes for the public? And Tone spoke at some length about that. So I think a schedule that's overly optimistic puts all at risk of mistakes, unidentified project, and financial risks. Next slide, please. Another question, or I'll say, is council, I would ask, is council not concerned about continuing to spend more dollars and committing more resources without consideration of some large pieces that are still to come, which are obviously those upcoming Class B cost estimates, which will give us a better sense of what ballpark we're likely to be playing in. And even then, I would submit that even those Class B estimates, we will anticipate that there will be cost escalation by the time it goes out to tender. The AG's audit report on Landsdown 2.0 is expected in June, and yet you're being asked to approve a number of things here today, including spending. September decision on Sens Arena downtown. I raised this previously. EY identified it as a key risk in their financial due diligence, key risk to retail, but no analysis was provided. Mention of the risk again, but no analysis of the potential impacts on the financial strategy. Only OSEG's assurance that a sports and entertainment center downtown won't compete with one at Landsdown. And finally, the resolution of the OLT appeal. The report also provides no indication of next steps involved if the appeal were successful. Mentions the delay that's being created, unfortunately, because of the appeal, but doesn't actually connect the dots to say, well, what if the city isn't successful? How can we afford to put more additional resources at risk, but not afford, and I'll just pull one thing that's been in the media of late to support $50,000 grant to the Tulip Festival, an important city festival that attracts over 200,000 tourists and 400,000 annual visitors. We keep hearing that this is an affordable project. The city can continue to fund things that are important, and yet we've cut $50,000 out of an important festival to the city. So I question that. Next slide, please. Why is the risk to the financial strategy of potentially a late tower completion not even mentioned in this report? Condo or tower projects in Ottawa are already stalled or sitting on the books, including a Minto Tower that was recently received rezoning in the Glebe with the tacit approval of the Glebe Community Association, I will say. So where many projects are sitting on the sidelines and continue to do so. The staff report indicates that the air rights request will require bidders to comply with a construction start date. So there'll be some tool, some measure to say when those towers need to be construction needs to start on the towers. But construction start dates do not provide certainty about a required completion date. And that's the only thing that's really important in terms of having those property taxes flowing to the city, the property tax uplift. That is a significant component of the financial strategy. There are many examples.
That's time, sorry.
Okay.
All right, Councillor Menard.
Thanks very much, Mayor. Just a couple of questions. Thank you, Carolyn, for your presentation. One of the things that the city has said about Landsdown is that there's a number of gates that will approach, and that at each of those gates is a decision point to be made. One of those gates obviously is potentially next year with a quote unquote final price. I'm wondering your understanding, given the risk here, what the backup plan is if council says, look at, this is too much money. This can be better spent on other priorities. This is not the priority for the city right now. We have a perfectly usable stadium that needs to be upgraded, but perfectly usable facilities that need to be upgraded in their present form without taking up green space and spending, again, millions, hundreds of millions of dollars on this project. So are you aware of anything in this report that talks about the alternative if city council says, no, this is not the right direction to proceed in?
No, I'm not. And I guess that's one of the things that the community, this community and many others have been seeking since the beginning, is to look at options, for this project. As Councillor Leeper has said, this council back in November made a decision to move forward with a new stadium and new arena build. And I have to accept that. That's but I guess the question is, what happened? But that was predicated, as you said, based on these Class B estimates coming in and a reassessment of the affordability of those Class B estimates. I think, as others have pointed out, one of the issues in the LRT inquiry was pointed out that fixing on budgets early in order to, I'll say, sell the project to the public is counterproductive. And gets us into trouble. And we certainly saw that, $2.1 billion for the first phase of LRT. And my feeling is that we have done that in some measure by, I will say, promise the public that we've gone from saying it's revenue neutral, it won't cost us anything, to, okay, it will cost us something, but it's only going to cost us $5 million a year. And we've said that based on Class C estimates. So to say that it's only going to cost us $5 million a year for 40 years is to believe that those Class C estimates will not move in future, which I don't think is defensible as a way to communicate the reality to the public. So yes, I think there is a risk. I imagine. I mean, I certainly hope that if the costs come in and they are significantly higher, then at least we will rethink the council decision. I mean, I would hope that we meant what we said when last November, when we said, well, this is not a final decision. We will review those costs when they come in and make a decision going forward. I hope we meant what we said. Maybe we will say, look, the cost has gone up by 50%, the cost has gone up by 30%, and we're still okay with that. That's a decision that council obviously is free to make. But I continue to think that without having, to go back to the first part of your question, there's no contingency plan that I see. If those costs for that project are seen as being too high, not affordable, given all of the other budget pressures that the city is under, whether it's the Tulip Festival, our transit system, filling potholes in the suburbs, whatever, affordable housing acquisitions. I mean, I don't need to tell you all the pressures that the budget is under. But there's no option B. There's no, if this turns out to be too expensive. And I hear what other delegates have said. The women's professional hockey team, which has been amazing addition to the city, just so positive and fantastic addition to Landsdown. And I hear what they say, and I hear what accessibility advocates have to say when they talk about the facility is falling far short. But we have to be able to afford these things. Maybe this means, maybe the decision is that it's too expensive. We can't afford it now. So we need to look at a different option to get us through the next 5 or 10 years until we are in a better financial position to take this on, until it makes more sense, until we can figure out how to really improve transit and transportation links into the site. But there are no options, and there never have been any options provided to the public, to residents who've been asking for it, for what could happen on this site. And I'm not, the elephant in the room perhaps with me here today is the appeal. It is a GCA launching that appeal. I'm not going to go into the details of that. But, it's about, the focus is on the loss of green space. Are there not other options that we could have looked at to save the green space? I know there are ideas in the community. I could go into them. I'm not going to do that here today, obviously. But we just haven't explored any of them. And so if we get to a point, and the fact that we don't have other options, that you do not have any other options to consider, means that you will be faced with all of you will be put in an extremely difficult position to say, we've been at this for so many, number of years, resources. I think that's part of the strategy. Let's spend more money. Let's dig a bigger hole. Let's keep moving. Let's keep and you will be faced with a very difficult decision to say, well, we don't have another option because none has been provided. So our only option is to just simply stop the train right here. And we've lost all sorts of time because we don't have another option. So as a taxpayer, that's really a great concern to me.
Thank you very much for putting it so succinctly. Thank you. Thanks, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ms. McKenzie. That concludes our delegations for today. So we'll move to questions for staff or comments on the report. Anyone? No? Okay, Councillor Leeper.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I don't have a lot of questions today. I think, I was prepared to come in. I wanted to understand whether the procurement model was the correct one with respect to how we were going to design it. I have heard, honestly, mostly reassuring things about the difference between the design bid build and the progressive design build, which was KPMG's top choice. So the only red flags I have this morning, understanding that, we still have the key vote to come on whether or not to accept a bid. On page 15 of the report, there is a section on affordable housing. And the report notes that the 25% of the net proceeds of the sale of city land would go into the Affordable Housing Fund. The report says these funds could be transferred to the Affordable Housing Reserve Fund, and I'm not comfortable with that could language. Could staff comment on what the intent would be for those 25% of net proceeds?
So, Mr. Mayor, the intent is that upon a sale of the air rights, the 25% would be transferred to the Affordable Housing Fund.
Is that something, when is this report's coming in 2 weeks, right, to council? I may seek through motion to change that language to make sure that there's absolute certainty with respect to where those funds go. The other question I had was arising from the delegation who was speaking about the balance of a line of credit and how that would be paid off by the partnership. I think her assertion was that it would be paid off through the refinancing of the retail loan, and that is an imprudent way in which to proceed. The first question I have is, why is the city looking to guarantee a line of credit as opposed to something that the partnership goes out and procures in the open market? And then the second is, what staff's thoughts are, or the color around paying off any outstanding balance of that through refinancing of the retail loan?
Thank you for the question. So it was clear in the report that the partnership would repay any outstanding amounts on the credit line upon completion of the retail podium construction with proceeds from the refinancing of the retail component. It's par for the course in terms of it's a temporary measure of the line of credit. It's just ongoing line of credit. They can draw down, repay it over time. It is part of the closed financial system. So what happens is month over month, if there's a drop in cash flow, they can draw down on the line of credit. If there's an uptick, you can repay it. And so if at the end, the idea is that it's only temporary in measure. So if at the end there's still an unpaid amount, and we are expecting deficiencies throughout this period, then that would have to be refinanced as a loan. There's sufficient value that's been added to this asset to be able to refinance it properly. The city guarantee provides a lower interest rate. And so overall, it was more financially viable. The better way to finance this throughout the construction period is to do it this way with the line of credit. Otherwise, what happens is OSEG has to contribute equity throughout this entire construction period, and you're paying that out at 8% interest. So similar to the steel frame loan, we made the same decision to flow that through the partnership as a loan, pay it back with ongoing interest rates, the going rates, and with the city guarantee, you get a better rate rather than paying 8% on the equity.
But the risk, if I understand it, is that there may be some outstanding balance at the end of the construction period, which could be as high as theoretically $20 million. What would be the cost of servicing of that additional debt, and how would that diminish the returns for the partnership, then diminishing or requiring or diminishing the amount of money that's flowing back through to the city to pay off our share of the debt?
So we would be paying back 8% in equity versus the loan amount. So we did include that in the pro forma projections in the November report. The 20 million line of credit and the refinancing of the retail was included in those pro forma projections. So everything that was shown as the financing strategy, the funding strategy, and the pro forma projections included these amounts.
So if the outstanding balance was not $20 million, if cash flows were such that an outstanding balance were to be $5 million, that would actually be advantageous with respect to the pro formas that you showed in November.
Correct.
Interesting. Okay. And I think you answered the other question, which is the city guarantee simply guarantees a lower cost on that line of credit, which makes perfect sense. Okay. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper. Councillor Menard?
Thank you very much, Mayor. Just back on the $20 million line of credit, where would that be paid back from during the course of construction and the construction of the retail component? Is it within the waterfall somewhere that would come, or how would it be decided to pay it back?
So the waterfall is only intended for net positive cash distributions. And it clearly states in the report, this line of credit would stay within the closed financial system and would not be used for cash distributions to the partners. So it doesn't play into the waterfall. The line of credit has to be paid back before there's any positive distributions to any partners.
Yeah, so it says it would be paid down in the short term from, I guess, positive cash flows. So when would it, how would it be paid back is the question during that course of time? Or are you anticipating it's not going to be paid back and it'll just accrue debt that'll go onto the retail mortgage?
Whatever's remaining on the line of credit at the end of construction.
Okay, and just to understand a bit better, is this going to be used as part of a quote unquote lease disruption costs on that end of the partnership, first with the $20 million, then the $10 million that the city had committed to in the November report would come into play? Or those things happening concurrently? And then after that 10 million, it's the OSEG 10 million, I think, that was contemplated to be part of those lease disruption costs, right? We were going to put in 10 and they were going to put in. So can you just give me the sequence of events of what's envisioned here? That 20 million is on top of the already approved lease disruption costs. Would it be used for?
It can be used for that too. So there is expected there will be cash deficiencies throughout construction, and particularly because of disruptions due to construction. The 10 million that the city would be contributing is 50% of the actual costs that can be attributable to construction disruption. And so we are building into the agreement a clear definition of what the city would be paying for. And it's an estimate of 10 million. It could be less. We want to see that there's an actual disruption and loss of revenue associated with it before we'll pay 50% of it. The rest is part of the partnership, the other 50%, and also manages all of the other cash deficiencies expected throughout that period.
That's interesting. That's interesting because so then the $20 million line of credit shouldn't be used for, like, the lease disruption cost will be the lease disruption cost. That's separate then.
No, the partnership will incur disruption costs. We are contributing 50% of that, so it helps to alleviate the year-over-year cash deficiencies and the requirement for that line of credit. We're estimating that over and above that, the line of credit is required for all the other cash deficiencies until we get a functionally non-obsolete facility.
The line of credit is supposed to then get transferred into what would be long-term debt at the end of it. That long-term debt, that would be what, up to what amount are you anticipating? So right now there's a $120 million retail loan. Is it anticipated that that would be 150 million, 160 million at the end of it? Is there a cost that you've anticipated for loan repayment, total loan repayment?
So as part of the agreement, the new retail component will be financed through the partnership. So the cost of the new retail component, we don't know what that cost will be. We're estimating around 34 million right now. Anything left over on the line of credit and then anything outstanding on the current retail would be refinanced with the bank based on the value of that lease agreement. And there's enough value to be able to refinance it based on the investments we're making today.
Yeah, and I mean, I guess that's just a large amount, that potentially $160 million. I know the said value of that retail diminishes over time, but said value might be higher than that. It's just still a lot amount of money that we're backing as a city in the 160 million just on the retail loan side, outside of the other costs.
Yes, the value of the investment, yes.
Would any land be sold off at Landsdown even temporarily as part of that retail purchase, or lack of purchase, I guess?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we had a very lengthy discussion, including written communications back in November on this. So basically, the staff recommendation in November was building on the lessons learned from Landsdown 1.0, feedback on the REOI process, that dealing with multiple contractors on site, the land would be under the ownership of the successful RFO proponent, and the retail podium would be transferred back to the city following construction. And it's not at market value, it's at the cost of construction.
So there's a potentially temporary sale of land, even if it's not going to be, might not be long-term, but there'll be at least temporarily a sale of land, public land at Landsdown.
it would be in the hands of another owner, but it would be secured through legal means that would come back to the city.
Okay. What is the current status of the updated Landsdown partnership agreement? In November and before that, actually, there was to be discussions and negotiations between the city manager's office and OSEG. It was supposed to have come back, I think. So are there timelines for that coming back? And where has that been in these discussions? Obviously, that's a very important piece that the public and council will need to see before anything's finalized.
Mr. Mayor, those are ongoing negotiations and discussions, and in the staff report before you, it speaks of that piece. The amended agreements will be part of the final package for council in Q3, Q4 2025 with the RFO and with the construction tender price.
Okay, because for example, you had mentioned an 8% clip on the return. My understanding is we changed that to a 5% just recently, so it would actually just be a 5%, would it not, at this time?
That is part of the renegotiations, yes.
Okay, to move it to a 5%. Yes. So so the response to Councilor Leeper that it would be an 8% payout in terms of the equity contributed for the losses, instead of the percentage on the loan, the line of credit, would actually just be 5%, because by that time we'd have a renegotiated LPP.
Based on the current agreement, which has not been changed, it is 8%.
Yes, but this wouldn't kick in until the project's approved in 2025. So what council's approved is 5% from that day forward, correct?
From that day forward, if agreed to.
Okay. Was there consultation on this report at all? Like, did you bring it out to the public, or is it just here committee?
Mr. Mayor, there's no public consultation on this procurement report.
Okay, that's a problem. I mean, this is, again, a huge project, and there should be public consultation on these pieces, even though, we kind of get into the weeds. Lansdowne's always in the weeds. This is the most complicated deal the city has, I would argue. So, but we need to consult on it still. And so I don't know how we make sure we do that in the future on design, on other reports. Are you planning on consulting for a future report on Lansdowne, or is that not anticipated?
Mr. Mayor, the report outlines that consultation will continue with the detailed site plan applications for the two public facilities, and as well through infrastructure services, the detailed design of the facilities will go through consultation, and those will continue throughout the summer if council wishes us to proceed.
Okay, if council doesn't wish for you to proceed, what is the backup plan? Is there a plan that you've produced that council can say, you know what, this is too much money, there's other priorities in the city, here's the plan for Lansdowne when it comes to either refurbishment or other options? So what is the backup plan?
Mayor, staff have put together recommendations that we believe are going to lead to a successful outcome to be able to implement council's vision for Lansdowne and for the contributions towards affordable housing and the reserve. And it's our best professional advice to ensure that the final implementation plan is going to be before you in 2025 for a final go, no-go decision. And, you talk about that plan B. Staff has not spent any time or funds on a plan B. That's because the options were before council in 2021. We talked about replacement, we talked about retrofit, and we talked about doing nothing. And at that time, council directed us to pursue the replacement option, undertake all of the very specific due diligence, and report back to council with respect to critical steps to receive council's further directions. And we have done so and are in the process of doing so now. And we're not going to move forward on council's directions. We're also, planning to fail to meet those directions.
It just seems risky because council hasn't approved the project yet. And we have an outstanding Ontario Land Tribunal ongoing, which could drastically change the land use in that area or keep the land use. We have an Auditor General's report to come. And we have council deliberations that are not final on a final price with a potential, procurement and recommendation from staff at that time. So it seems like a large risk to me, or at least kind of like, forcing council's hand not to have something that would be a viable alternative or backup, even if it is a replacement of the facilities, not to have something, say, in place where the current stadium is with housing above it. And so I don't think that we need to be better stewards than that in the city. So can you just perhaps elaborate a little bit more? Do you require direction from council to ensure that you've got a proper backup plan if council chooses not to go here? Is that what would help?
Our approach is delivering for council. That's our job. We're actioning the recommendations that council has been put for us to date in terms of bringing forward the replacement at Landsdown Park. That's the piece that we're actioning today. When you speak of some of the things that are to come, think specifically of the OAG's report that's going to be coming. We're going to obviously look at that. We're going to look at those recommendations and as best we can implement those recommendations in terms of what those findings are. We're continuing to do our due diligence with respect to the council that, what council has given us to do today. So that is the direction that we have received to date.
Okay, so if there was other direction to pursue a backup, staff would do that.
I think we need to understand what that looks like and what the level of effort would be to do that. I mean, we're focusing our resources and our time and our funds on the direction that council has given us to date in terms of the replacement.
Yeah, and a large amount of resources have certainly been spent to date. Staff time, the $8 million, the $4 million being recommended, $20 million line of credit backing, lots of time and effort obviously put into this and money put into it. And it makes sense for us to mitigate our risk, I think, if something happens and people don't want to proceed in the exact manner that is before council. So
That's technically your time,
okay,
Councillor, if you
Mayor.
want to get back in line.
I'll get back on. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Curry?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm prepared to support this recommendation. There's 3 questions I have, though. Number 1, let's start with the reference of the Canada Lakes Golf Course. Mr. Herwire said that this temporary exchange of land would be secured by legal means. Would there ever be an in perpetuity clause in this agreement? It seemed to be the big problem in Canada Lakes.
I think I'll defer to the city solicitor in this regard.
Sorry, Mayor, the issue in the Canada Links decision was an interest in land that did not vest within 21 years. It's a rule against perpetuities. I would not anticipate any such type of covenant in the kind of legal requirement that would exist that would require that the property be reconveyed back to the city.
Great, glad to hear that. Second question I have is, let me get my glasses on. In the KPMG report, it sort of went back and forth as to who would lead this. OSEG could, the city could, the city could, OSEG could, both are equally. At the end of the day, just so I'm clear, in the report it didn't really choose and it said that would still be decided. Is it also possible, as far as I could understand what they were trying to say there, everybody was equally capable, that will be decided? Is it possible that it would be a jointly led event?
Mayor, the result of the analysis was that any party could deliver the project successfully. The recommended approach has the city managing the construction project.
All right, I couldn't see that as one clear sentence, but the city, and that has been decided, or we don't have to vote on that?
Mayor, that's the recommended approach in the report.
Okay. All right, sorry if I wasn't clear on that. The last question I have is, and I did a lot of reading on the progressive design build for another project that I was involved in a number of years ago. And then I looked it up again, and it is highly recommended, obviously by KPMG as well, with a score of 95. But, and I listed here Infrastructure Ontario, Metrolinx, a number of healthcare and transit projects in Ontario, along with ones in Moose Jaw and Regina, use it. In the US, it seems really popular. And, from what I read, different reports, it says it reduces risks, it adds collaboration, and it increases innovation. So again, from the report, is it mostly that the city is most familiar with the design, build? That was the main reason? There wasn't any other? I mean, this is just the Northside Stands. It's just the events center. It's not everything that is to come. But I guess I'm not loving just because the city is more familiar with the design, bid, build, that's why it tipped the scale?
So Mayor, the progressive design build model includes many intriguing elements, but they haven't been tested at practice at the city. And so in undertaking our analysis, we were mindful of recommendation 2 of the LRT Public Inquiry Report, which recommended that public entities should pursue established approaches when undertaking major infrastructure projects. If we were to pursue a progressive design build model, we'd have to develop new approaches to contract management, to project management, contract administration, and governance. Each of these adds complexity, and staff were mindful of the potential for optimism bias, both on the part of the city and our bidders, given the inexperience with this model. And so given the added complexity and the introduction of risk to the project, we didn't believe that this was the right project to pilot the model on.
Thank you very much for that. Though, given that recommendation in the report that, in the auditor's report, that we should be careful with things we're not familiar with, when would we ever then decide to change that? Just on a much smaller project? Is that what you're thinking?
So Mayor, Ms. Duclos and I continue to have discussions around identifying a project that would be the right candidate to pilot this model, because conceptually it does offer a lot of intriguing benefits, and we do want to develop that expertise.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. Councillor Kitts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We know that an appeal has been received from members of the community against Council's November approvals. So I'm wondering if the appeal and the timeline for that appeal process is having an impact on the project at all.
So Mayor, the appeal was, we became aware of the appeal after having completed the initial assessment. And so what we did as part of the evaluation is reconvened to determine whether the impact of the appeal and the associated delay would impact the shortlisted models. What we determined is that although it mutes aspects of the various models and potential advantages, it didn't change the shortlisting. But it did have an impact on the secondary assessment we applied to the models, taking into consideration the expectations of council. Mr. Moore described 6 of those when we went through the presentation. And when we looked at it through those lenses, it did have an impact, which is why we recommended the model we did.
Great, thank you for that. And I know that the November report included $26.5 million in escalations, but that was predicated on public tender occurring in Q3 2024, which is very quickly approaching. So I'm just wondering if that public tender timeline has been put at risk at all.
Mr. Mayor, the model that we're recommending today takes into account the escalations which we projected in the November report. So on target with those.
Okay. And we're trending well towards public tender in Q3?
Well, Mr. Mayor, it's subject to council's approval of this report, but we would be on trend.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Kitts. Councillor Devine.
Thank you, Chair. So I want to spend my time addressing procurement model. My outcome here is advancing a procurement model that will lead to the best possible outcome for the project and therefore for the city. And so to follow a little bit on what Councillor Curry was speaking to, the biggest question I have is the discrepancy between the KPMG report, which recommends progressive design build as the top ranking out of 4, and placing design bid build as the lowest ranking out of 4, and staff's recommendation for DBB. And you did just speak to why progressive design build might not be our preferred model. It does seem in the KPMG report that their rationale for even suggesting further analysis of design bid build is A, that it's viable, and B, that staff has experience with it. So it's not a ringing endorsement compared to what they describe as clear advantages to progressive design build, whether it be cost certainty, risk mitigation, better collaborative outcomes. And so to a certain extent, it is, for lack of a better term, unfortunate that we don't have the current capacity to embrace what KPMG is saying is the best model. And I appreciate the fact that we might look at a smaller project to take on that extra capacity, but can I ask, even though you identify clear gaps in our capacity to embrace the progressive design bid model, have we done any kind of analysis to determine whether or not the additional learning that we'd have to take on, the additional resources and governance structure that we'd have to take on, whether those additional somethings would provide enough benefit if PDB is as good as KPMG says it is? Is it worth taking on that risk and learning?
Mr. Mayor, this was what we undertook as part in bringing forward this recommendation, and the determination was that it wasn't. The inexperience and our lack of understanding about the potential risks that could emerge throughout the construction led us to recommend a different approach. We were very mindful of the findings of the LRT public inquiry and wanted to take those into consideration as we brought this forward.
Thank you. And ideally, as I mentioned to staff, it would have been preferable if somebody from KPMG had been here, because we could hear in their words the difference between why they have recommended such a discrepancy between progressive design build and design bid build. Because one thing I understand from having read KPMG's report is they are aware of the extenuating circumstances that you described. They're aware of the ongoing the land tribunal. They're aware of the appeal. They're aware of having to have updated Ontario building code. They're aware of staff's lack of experience in progressive design build. And yet, even with all that, even with that awareness, they're not blind, they're still recommending progressive design build. So I would have loved to have heard why, even with all of those you're looking to push your mic, go ahead, speak to it.
Mayor, I was just going to point out that the evaluation and the scoring was undertaken by the project team. It was facilitated by KPMG. It was informed by their expertise. They challenged us along the way, but it was the project team that evaluated and came up with those shortlisted options. And so we took all of that into consideration in doing that. It was part of our analysis that determined those conceptual benefits really do look intriguing, but when we applied those additional factors, it led us to a different recommendation.
All right, thank you for that. So on a question that I brought to Mr. Dreesen. So on page 5 of the report, they recommend that as the scores of both models, and when they say both models, they mean progressive design build and construction management at risk, just those two, but they say as the scores of those both models are so clear, are so close, we recommend further analysis and we recommend a market sounding. So my first question, I think we did do the further analysis, but that was staff-led, or that was project team. It wasn't an independent third-party analysis, correct?
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, can you repeat that question?
The KPMG report basically recommends that as the scoring between the top two things are so close, we recommend that you do further analysis to help. Did we do that analysis?
Mr. Mayor, staff met with representatives of the Ottawa Construction Association to review the models being considered. The feedback we received is that any of the models would be attractive to bidders, and it is my understanding that they are supportive of our recommended approach.
Oh, that's, thank you for that. I wasn't aware of that. I don't think that was in the report either. Forgive me if it was in your report, I'm sorry. But from when I was asking Mr. Dreesen about that, and he was saying it'd be lovely if we had further insight from industry, would staff support, or would there be value, and would staff support a request for information from industry so that they could weigh in on the models, or are you saying that construction industry has already done so?
Mr. Mayor, the construction industry we met with them to review the options. We received their feedback and we took that in consideration in bringing forward an option.
And are the conclusions, is the feedback that they provided to you, is that included as an appendix in any one of the reports? Do we have access to that industry feedback?
Mr. Mayor, it was not a written submission. However, it is, again, my understanding that they are supportive of the recommended model. Okay, thank you.
One objective that we sought from KPMG is the recommendation of who should be the project leader, whether it be OSEG or the city. Councillor Curry, I believe, was asking that question to you, and you were saying that the report recommended that the city be the project lead. I'm going to read the bottom of page 27 or 26 of the KPMG report. Forgive me if you were saying that it was the KPMG report that was saying that they recommend the city, but on page 26, conclusion and next step, the bottom says, in conclusion, while each entity, OSEG and the city, has its strengths and weaknesses, it was clear that both OSEG and the City of Ottawa can execute the project. The project team will make a recommendation regarding who should lead the delivery of Landsdown to council moving forward. So were you saying that it was KPMG that said it should be the city leading the project?
No, Mr. Mayor, staff are recommending that the city lead the project, and this was the recommendation of the project team.
All right. To that, if we were tasking KPMG in determining whether OSEG or the city should lead, do you have any understanding why? Because I assume that's a question that KPMG normally can answer. Is there a reason why they were not able to make a recommendation? Because it'd be good to have that from our consultant.
Mr. Mayor, from the analysis, it was determined that either party could lead it successfully, and so they deferred to the project team.
All right.
That's time,
Thank you,
Councillor.
sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Menard?
Thanks very much, Mayor. I'm hoping the Auditor General might be on with us today. I just have a quick question. Oh, there, okay. Thanks very much, Madame AG, for being here. For clarity for council's sake, because we heard some delegations speak to this as well. Your report on Landsdown 2.0, based on the initial staff report from November, is scheduled to come forward in June, is that correct?
Mr. Mayor, yes, that is correct. We have a special meeting scheduled for June 24th, of which we will be tabling sprint 1 of our Landsdown 2.0 redevelopment agile audit.
Thanks for that. And will the AG's report consider, or your recommendations, will they consider the report that's in front of us today, or that's something separate?
Mr. Mayor, unfortunately, it will not. So the scope of our audit is focused on the due diligence that was performed on the proposal that was presented to council in November of 2023. And we are currently just working through the findings of that audit right now. So it would not be appropriate for us to increase the scope of our work, as it would delay our reporting.
Okay, thank you very much, Mayor. Appreciate that. And Madame AG. I wanted to come back to the design bid bill, because we've been told a few things that are important. One is schedule. But as I understand it, design bid build scores poorly in risk transfer and schedule. And that's on page 20 of the report. I understand this could be somewhat mitigated by the engagement of BBB, supposedly, but why are we going with a model that's scored more poorly in risk transfer and schedule, and we're saying that's something really important for this project?
Mr. Mayor, any of the shortlisted models can deliver the project successfully. Each one has certain attributes and scored higher or lower relative to the others. The recommended approach, although there are less opportunities to advance schedule, like there may be in some other models, it does provide council with a clear no-go decision, which we heard to be of significant importance, and allows for the project to be delivered within the parameters approved by council related to cost and schedule.
The PDB model would also provide a clear go, no-go, and a cost certainty prior to that decision as well, council, correct?
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, can you repeat that?
You mentioned that one of the reasons why you're going with DBB, even though it scored poorly in risk transfer and schedule, is that we'll get a clear go, no-go next year. We'll have cost certainty at that time for that decision of council. And the question was, PDB would also deliver those elements to council next year if we were going with that model.
That's correct, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, and did KPMG recommend any mitigation of risk on the PDB model to say, look, if you're going to go with this and your concerns are that we haven't used it before, here's what you can do to help mitigate those issues?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Because my understanding was that they've talked to us before and recommended that we could bring in expertise on this. We could look at having people be brought in that understand that type of procurement, and that would help us with the concern around risk of going with PDB.
That's correct, Mr. Mayor. If we were to pursue a progressive design build option, we would need to bring in experts in that model, because as I mentioned, we would need to design new contracts, new contract administration processes, new governance models, and new project management frameworks.
Okay, and I'll just make comments that, DBB is the fourth best option that KPMG identified in the report. And that's if you believe that sole sourcing the design to BBB is in our best interests and have tremendous benefits. Otherwise, it was the sixth option. And so I guess learning from failures of LRT, the presentation by the delegate talked a lot about those recommendations within the LRT procurement and what we could improve. And I don't think we're following that. PDB scored better, mainly due to the opportunity afforded by the model to set up a better risk allocation. And this project is laden with risk. So I won't be supporting the recommendation today. I also have concerns with the $20 million line of credit, Mayor. I think this is actually being dressed up as a short-term piece, but what we're going to see is it's going to turn into long-term debt, and the current Landsdown Partnership Plan agreement does not allow us to do this. And there is a reason why it didn't allow us to do this. It shouldn't be covering those shortfalls that the partnership was supposed to be taking care of as part of that, as part of the partnership plan. And I don't think we should be backstopping, in addition to the lease disruption costs, which we've also approved, the cash flows in this way. I think working through the Landsdown Partnership Plan as it is currently structured and as it would be structured, even at a 5% clip in 2025 is a better model. And that what this is going to do is raise our debt on the retail side, because I think a lot of this 20 million is just going to be turned into debt in the future, and they're not going to pay it back. There's not positive cash flows to pay it back. So I think call it what it is. It's new debt for the city, backed by the city, and another risk in this way. So I won't be supporting the report for those reasons, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Menard. Let's go to a recorded vote then, please, on the recommendations.
Councillor Luloff.
Yes.
Councillor Dudas.
Yes.
Councillor Curry.
Yes.
Councillor Gower.
Yes.
Councillor Tierney.
Yes.
Councillor King.
No.
Councillor Leeper.
Yes.
Councillor Brockington.
Yes.
Councillor Menard.
No.
Councillor Giroux.
Yes.
Vice Chair Kitts.
Yes.
Mayor Sutcliffe.
Yes.
10 yeas, 2 nays.
Okay, thank you. Let's move to item 6.1 on the agenda then, item 6.1 is the affordable housing CIP, and then we move into item 7.1, which is the economic development CIP. The item 7.2 is the referral motion. So we're going to deal with all of these together. So there is a staff presentation on all of these items from 6.1 through 7.3. We will then hear from the delegations on all of those items. And then there are some motions, and we'll get into discussion after that. So we'll start with the staff presentation on items 6.1 through 7.3, please. And just before we get into that, I'll just say thank you to the Landsdown team for your hard work on this and for the presentation today.
So thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of committee. As the mayor noted, we will be doing a joint presentation, although there are separate reports. So first on the affordable housing CIP, the Brownfield CIP, and the economic development and heritage CIP. So I'll turn it over to Clara, who will provide some introductory remarks on the affordable housing CIP.
Thank you, Don.
Good afternoon. It's our pleasure to, as part of Community and Social Services, to be here today to present, in partnership with Don and his team, the city's first affordable housing CIP. Our team has been, as you know, lifting every stone, leveraging every tool, researching every promising practice in order to facilitate the development and accelerated development of affordable housing and other permanent solutions to combat chronic homelessness. The CIP is one of those tools. It's also a key initiative in the city's Housing Accelerator Fund Action Plan. And it's the result of very heavy lifting on the part of our team in Community and Social Services, in particular in housing services, and in particular in the affordable housing branch led by Lauren Reeves, here beside me to my left, and Anna Sihar, our housing developer, who's the chief architect of the report and the CIP, and of course with Paul's leadership, Paul Levine's leadership. So I thank you very much for considering this important piece of work. I'll pass it on to Lauren now for the presentation.
Thank you, Clara. I think the French slide could be advanced, please. Thank you. The Affordable Housing CIP will be an incentive-based program in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act and the Municipal Act. A draft Affordable Housing CIP was received for consideration by Finance and Corporate Services Committee and Council in November of last year. And the recommendation of that report was to report back with a finalized plan and implementing bylaw for approval. So this report is what's before you now then. It provides a summary of work completed since November of 2023, including additional stakeholder consultations, consideration of 2 directions to staff at that time, and the final recommended program details. So the recommendations of this report are to firstly approve the Affordable Housing CIP and implementing bylaw, and to delegate authority to the General Manager of Community and Social Services and the City Solicitor to finalize the proposed Affordable Housing CIP bylaw. The financial considerations are that the Affordable Housing CIP will implement a tax increment equivalent grant, or a TIG program, which uses the future property tax increase generated by a development to provide a grant in the form of a forgivable loan to the developer in return for the provision of affordable rental units as part of that development. Grants are proposed to be between $6,000 and $8,000 per year for each affordable unit delivered, to be committed for a 20-year term. When stacking with the total TIG amount will be capped at 50% of the total property tax increase, and when stacking with other CIPs, which you'll hear about shortly, the amount of the TIG cannot exceed 100% of the property tax increase. So this report recommends that approval authority be delegated to the Director of Housing Services to enter into agreements for total TIG values of less than $2 million, and where a CIP agreement would exceed that amount, council approval will be required. Next slide, please. In terms of the eligibility criteria for the program, it will apply citywide for both purpose-built rental and rental condominium developments. The CIP is open to both private and nonprofit housing developers. However, in the near term, this committee and council will receive for consideration a report that would also provide tax-free status as a municipal capital facility to nonprofit affordable housing developments, and that would be that opportunity would be more beneficial to the nonprofit providers. So this CIP is primarily directed toward private developers. A minimum of 15% of units within a development, as well as 15% of any unit type, 1, 2, 3 bedrooms, would be required. And the draft CIP presented in the fall of last year recommended a minimum of 20% of units must be affordable, and we've adjusted this downward now to only 15% of units would need to be affordable, but this is in the context of a reduction in the amount of TIG that could be provided. We went from 100% of property tax uplift down to 50%. So in order to ensure The program still incentivizes the private sector. It's reduced to 15% required. Affordability is targeted at moderate income levels, being average market rent to 80% of average market rent, and must be provided for a minimum of 20 years. Next slide, please. And then in terms of administrative considerations, the TEAG program is proposed to have an open intake window and accept applications on a first-come, first-served basis. To apply to the program, a project would need to be at a stage between site plan control approval or building permit issuance, if site plan isn't required, up to the point of occupancy permit issuance. And this addresses the first direction to staff from the fall. That was to expand the intake window. And what the hope is that we'll receive interest in the CIP program from projects that are currently under construction and not yet occupied. So we could have affordable units delivered under the program this year. Legal agreements will be required between the city and the housing provider to outline the conditions for receipt of the TEAG, and securities will be registered on title to guarantee commitments under the agreement. Housing providers can advertise units with rents at AMR down to 81% of AMR to the public, but will require maximum income thresholds in that regard. And then units with rents at 80% of AMR or less, they would be required to take tenants from our below market rent waitlist. The second direction to staff from last fall was to consider imposing a form of rent control on the affordable units. And so it's proposed here then that the legal agreements will impose that rent control. So rents would be permitted to only be increased up to the provincial guideline amount under the Residential Tenancies Act. And that's consistent with the way we approach similar agreements with our nonprofit housing providers. We'll monitor the program and report back to council annually. And subject to committee and council approval, the program application window will open in May of this year. That's it for the affordable housing slides. Thank you.
Thank you, Lauren. So in terms of the other CIPs, next slide, please. So just a quick refresher on November 7, 2023, the CIP program review was considered by committee, and committee recommended council approve 9 recommendations contained in that report. Later in November, council carried 7 of the 9 recommendations, including the approval of the continuation of the Montreal Road CIP, the Integrated Orleans CIP, and the Heritage CIP with the revised criteria. So this report builds on that by repealing the existing bylaws and enacting new bylaws. The council directions from November 22nd and the subsequent meeting of January 24th make a number of changes to the Brownfields redevelopment CIP in terms of eligibility, process, eligible costs, and repayment terms. So a separate report before us today recommends the repealing of the existing bylaw and again replacing with a new bylaw, and that's primarily because of the scope and level of changes to the current bylaw. It was easier to replace with a new bylaw. And next slide, please. So in zeroing in on the economic development CIP report, again, these are really implementing the council approved recommendations from November. A couple things I just want to highlight for you. Staff will also be establishing a governance structure that will coordinate between all of the city CIP programs, including housing services, economic development, and heritage, just to ensure that the stacked CIP agreements on a single property will never exceed 100% of the property tax uplift. That was an internal recommendation brought forward from our revenue services team in finance. I think we'll go to the next slide. terms of brownfields implementation, so the following, I guess we're only getting the French slide, but the following two slides will show the various changes that flow from the November report and the subsequent motion that was tabled in January. So in addition to those changes, the other two resolutions that were passed directed staff to bring forward those 7 deemed complete applications to be considered by committee and council under the rules and criteria prior to the program pause in December of 2022, and that further those 7 deemed complete applications be brought forward today at the same meeting. So we will be dealing with those later. Next slide, please. Just zeroing, we'll move to the Montreal Road CIP slide. Again, these flow directly from the November council meeting. The criteria you would be familiar with from that meeting in terms of the minimum increased value of $250,000, certain minimum thresholds in terms of 4-story development, compliance with the associated secondary plan, and so on. Likewise, on the integrated Orleans CIP criteria, again, these are all the criteria that you would have seen back in November 22nd. And moving to the Heritage CIP program amendments, same story as the previous two. No further changes. It's based on high standard of heritage, sustainability goals. All these programs have the sort of use it or lose it provision that work has to start within 18 months or at the approval of the agreement lapses. And the Heritage project also has to include housing. And there's no change to the budget for the Heritage CIP. So just to recap in terms of the financial pieces there, the report outlines amendments to the Brownfields, Heritage, Montreal Road, and Integrated Orleans CIP programs. All future grant requests will be subject to council approval with their own financial analysis and implications included in the report. And as previously noted, the city will be reviewing the programs each term of council to verify if they are continuing to provide value to the city. That concludes the presentation.
Okay, thank you, team. So we'll go to the delegations. My understanding is there are a couple of written delegations which you will have seen, and then there is one in-person delegation, or might be online, from Anthony Johnston and Jean-Luc Rivard. Are they with us? Okay, we're just working on getting them set up. Okay, Mr. Johnston, Monsieur Rivard, are you there? Sure. Okay, we're having some difficulty connecting there, but why don't we, I know there's a couple of technical amendments and at least one motion, so maybe we can introduce those while we continue to look. Vice Chair Kitts, I know there are a couple of technical amendments on these items that you have.
Sure, I have a couple. Let's see which one gets put up first. Okay. Whereas a report recommendation was omitted from the report, Affordable Housing Community Improvement Plan and implementing bylaws, therefore be it resolved that the following report recommendation be added. 4, approve the consultation details section of this report to be included as part of the brief explanation in the summary of written and oral public submissions to be prepared by the Office of the City Clerk and submitted to Council in the report titled Summary of Oral and Written Public Submissions for items subject to the Planning Act explanation requirements at the City Council meeting of April 17th, 2024, subject to submissions received between the publication of this report and the time of Council's decision. Be it further resolved that there be no further notice pursuant to Section 3417 of the Planning Act.
Might as well keep going, yep.
Whereas on November 22nd, 2023, City Council considered report City of Ottawa Community Improvement Plan Program Review, and whereas recommendation 3 of the report was approved, which allowed the provision for stacking of the various community improvement plans, and whereas clarity is needed to identify the sequencing for the payment of grants on stacked community improvement plan applications, and whereas the report Affordable Housing Community Improvement Plan and implementing bylaws requests approval of the implementing bylaws, and whereas in the case where community improvement plan applications may be stacked for a specific development project, it is recommended that the Affordable Housing Community Improvement Plan be first in each applicable CIP, therefore be discussed with the developer at pre-consultation to review the impacts of the stacking provisions, and therefore be it resolved that the following paragraph be added to the Affordable Housing Community Improvement Plan, Section 3.4, Policy 5, where another community improvement plan is stacked with the Affordable Housing Community Improvement Plan, the Affordable Housing CIP grant be payable first. And one more. Whereas a report recommendation was omitted from the report Economic Development Community Improvement Plan Program Update, therefore be it resolved that the following report recommendation be added. 7, approve the consultation detail section of this report to be included as part of the brief explanation in the summary of written and oral public submissions to be prepared by the Office of the City Clerk and submitted to Council in the report titled Summary of Oral and Written Public Submissions for Items Subject to the Planning Act Explanation Requirements at the City Council meeting of April 17th, 2024, subject to submissions received between the publication of this report and the time of Council's decision. Be it further resolved that there be no further notice pursuant to Section 3417 of the Planning Act.
Thank you, Vice Chair Kitts. So we'll try one more time for the delegations. Have we connected with them, or Monsieur Rivard or Mr. Johnston, can you hear me? No? Okay. So I'll open it up to councillors, to members of the committee for comments on any of this. Councillor Gower.
Thank you. First of all, thank you to staff for your work on all of these. I think it's where we've ended up is very good policy and some good incentives to encourage faster construction of housing, and thanks to the Mayor's Office as well for their assistance. On the affordable housing CIP, I was glad to see that we're going to extend the application to projects that are already underway. Can staff give us an idea? Have you had any interest from builders who are already constructing, or do you have any sense of what kind of uptake we might see in the near term?
Mr. Mayor, we don't actually have a calculation of numbers that may take advantage of the program, but there is certainly interest from developers of projects that are currently underway. So we do expect to receive some applications this year.
That's good. I know there's a couple of builders in Stittsville who are interested, and we're waiting to see the final recommendations from staff. I know I asked you this last week, but I think your response was, I appreciate a response, which was the incentive that we're offering doesn't necessarily make up the entire difference for the reduced rental rate. Why do you think, though, it's still a good incentive or a meaningful incentive to builders to achieve a greater level of affordability?
The incentive in itself may not offset the rental revenue loss, but there are other incentives that have come into play. It's likely that developers may stack with a CMHC funding program, the former RCFI or co-investment program. That would help to offset the rents. There is the recent legislation that cancels the HST for purpose-built rentals. And then in the near term, we expect provincial legislation to implement DC relief for private developers who can also achieve affordable units. So altogether, we believe that those tools will incentivize affordable rentals by the private sector.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Gower. Councillor Leeper?
Thank you very much, Mayor. Two questions. The first just arises from the technical motion that Councillor Kitts brought. In what scenario do we see that would come into play? I'm just trying to understand why the amending motion is necessary.
Thank you for the question. I assume you're referring to the stacking provision. Yeah, we just wanted to make it very clear that where there was stacking that included affordable housing, that it had the primacy, or it would be the one that received the bulk of the funding. Because if the programs are stacked, they could, there's caps on the other programs. So it was always assumed, but we wanted it to be clear that the affordable housing would have the first cut where it's stacked.
Okay. Okay. No biggie. The second question, though, is something I'm much more interested in. The affordable housing SIP is tied to AMR, average market rent. And I think there's growing awareness in the community that average market rent does not mean $2,200 a month. Right now, AMR is a significant discount to what the rent might be in many parts of town. I don't remember the exact numbers, but AMR would cap you at around $1,600 right now for a one-bedroom, which is a significant discount to what you can actually find a one-bedroom apartment for in many of the private market buildings that are out there. What is staff's outlook, though, for AMR? Presumably that is subject to review periodically and adjustment periodically by CMHC so that it actually does reflect the average market rent that is out there. How are we going to avoid a position, not today, but down the road, when CMHC adjusts AMR numbers to reflect what is actually being charged? And today, what you're actually able to find a one-bedroom for is out of reach to many.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's a very good question, and I think we'll need to continue to monitor the market as we go and see how CMHC adjusts the data and how is that reflected on the rental market and the impact that it has on tenants. And so, without having concrete numbers, it's difficult for us to, run our formulas and determine what impact based on a particular scenario. But rest assured that it's something we do ongoingly, and we even do predictive modeling in terms of, in some situations, to try to anticipate what the impact would be.
Do we know how often the CMHC, or it is CMHC numbers that creates the AMR number. Do we know how often they review or adjust those?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, annually.
Annually.
At least.
Okay. I'd be interested in finding out more about their methodologies and what the risks are that at some point AMR is going to reflect a much higher rent for a market like Ottawa where rents are rising quickly. I'm happy enough to vote for this today where the maximum rent would be AMR, but I am concerned and I can foresee the day when council may need to revisit the terms of the SIP in order to reflect what I think is our intent, which is that affordable housing is actually affordable. So yeah, I'll leave it with that, but I would be interested in chatting more. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper. Councillor Curry?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just so I'm clear, we are talking about as well 7.2, right?
We are talking about 6.1, 7.1, 7.2, and 7.3.
Perfect. Okay, so my question really is just on 7.2. The last bullet there, any funding improvement will become null and void if a building permit is not issued within 18 months post-council approval of the Brownfields application. In what scenario would that happen? Is that a common thing that 18 months would go by before a building permit is approved after council approval?
Mayor, the scenario where that could take place is where we've got a development that may be somewhat speculative or contingent on arranging financing that has not moved forward. And so they may be able to move through a process to a certain point, but not actually start construction because either the market conditions don't support moving forward to that next big expensive step, which is construction, or they may be speculating in the marketplace.
Okay, great. I mean, I'm glad that's there. I was glad to see that there. It's just, I want to make sure that's not anything that it would be the city's delaying of 18 months. That's not something we would normally do.
From a process perspective, Mr. Mayor, we would typically bring the report forward for council's consideration after our own approval process is completed. The one area from an approvals perspective that may be contingent or influence that is with respect to the provincial requirement for a record of site condition, which can take some time due to monitoring requirements, dealing with contamination and making sure that the site is cleaned up before it would move forward for residential construction.
Okay, Mr. Chair, just so clarify though, but if it were something like that, we would like for them to lose all the funding and everything would fall apart when it's really a provincial thing. Would there not be some consideration to why it took more than 18 months?
I think, Mayor, if we got into that situation, that would be something we'd have to deal with on a case-by-case basis, and I think there is an opportunity to come back to committee and council should we run into that situation, and I could see a scenario where council could be sympathetic to that, but under the current framework as it stands, it doesn't allow that discretion to staff.
Okay, that's fair enough. I think if staff would look at it case by case, and council would very likely be sympathetic. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. Councillor Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, staff, for the presentation, and thank you for meeting with me to discuss this whole process. Appreciate it. Yeah, with the rents that are happening, we desperately need this. And we did have some agreements before this came along, basically handshake agreements with developers to provide affordable housing. I just want you to describe what would happen to those kinds of agreements. These are places that have not been built yet due to what's already been discussed with the market. Sometimes developments are on hold for a variety of reasons, usually related to supply chain, finding workers, etc. So with those projects be eligible to apply for this and start again?
Mr. Mayor, I believe the reference is to less formal agreements that we have with developers such as Herongate, perhaps, as an example. And the intent is that this program would not be stacked with other agreements where there have been obligations to deliver affordable housing separately. So a Section 37 agreement or another agreement as I said, like the one we have with, on Heron Gate.
Right, and I had 100 Bay Shore offered 30 affordable units as well. So, okay, so they can hang on to what agreement they had agreed to earlier. They just can't stack it with this new development. Okay, understood. In terms of family units, and we discussed this, I think you were saying it's proportionate, so that the units that they need to offer must be proportionate to what they have in a building. Is that correct? Because of course, families tend to be the ones in the most need for affordable units. So can you describe how that works?
Mr. Mayor, that's correct. It's proportional to what they're delivering as market units as well.
Okay, I think that's really important. And I just want to note that I think this was alluded to with Councillor Curry, but this will not delay the process, that we will still, be able to get development files through quickly, because I think that's always a concern, that any added process might delay development. Do we have any idea of what the time frame would be beyond the maximum that must be within 18 months?
Mr. Mayor, the process to apply for the CIP program would simply run concurrently with a planning application. So it would not add delay.
Okay, I think that's important to know. And is there any encouragement or possibility for these development partners to partner with nonprofits? For example, OCH is partnering, for example, with Zibi, and 19 units are going to go into the Zibi project that will be nonprofit housing. Do you see more of those kind of arrangements in the future?
Mayor, as I had mentioned, the committee will soon see a report that would recommend municipal capital facility status to nonprofit organizations. OCH in particular already has that status. They do not pay taxes. Where a nonprofit developer does not pay taxes, they would not be eligible for the CIP. It's based on a rebate of taxes paid. So I don't see a partnership model working in the context of this CIP program if the MCF program becomes available to them.
Okay, that's something to discuss further then, because of course we'd like to see some partnerships. I think it'd be beneficial still for the developer. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanagh. Conseillère Plante.
Oui, merci beaucoup. Je pense que ma question, c'est pour Paul. Quelles sont les conséquences, s'il y en a?
My question is for Paul. What would be the consequences if we increase the AMR and that the grants are not there anymore?
Merci, Monsieur le maire. Alors, les pourvoyeurs de services sont obligés de respecter les normes.
Service provider has to respect some norms. They have to respect the law, the provincial law. So if they don't respect the agreement between the service providers and the cities, there will be consequences. This can lead all the way up to the cancellation of the agreement. Thank you.
Councillor Gower.
Thank you, Mayor. On brownfields, maybe building on something Councillor Curry raised. Previously, you could apply for a brownfield grant before you had site plan approval. And I think the advantage to that was that a developer, a builder, had that certainty of knowing whether or not they qualified, whether or not they had council approval, which would impact their development plans and their financial arrangements. It's not something I want to start doing on the fly here, but is it something staff would be open to exploring between now and council, if that's something we could adjust a bit in the proposed policy?
Yes, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Gower. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I just wanted to go back to some of Councillor Kavanaugh's questions. Is this the first document, the first report where we've seen mention of transforming some of those property tax relationships with nonprofit housing providers?
Mr. Mayor, as stated earlier, we are working on a report that will further exempt nonprofit housing providers that are currently, not exempt. At this point, we only have OCH. So this will be forthcoming. And as we explained earlier, in the context of the CIP versus the tax exemption, if a not-for-profit organization already has the tax exemption, you can't stack on the CIP because there is no taxes paid to begin with. So it nulls and vols it. But it doesn't mean that there can't be a partnership between a private developer and a not-for-profit housing provider. It just means that the two will benefit from two separate programs. They will both benefit from each of their own respective programs.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. I know that everyone's had a long day and we don't like to repeat ourselves, but I did want to take the opportunity to highlight sort of the significance of that part of the report, given that this is something that nonprofit housing providers have been advocating for years. And so we are seeing a real, I don't want to use the expression of killing our darlings, but what we're doing is we're actually looking at the way that we collect taxes from nonprofit housing providers, one of our most sacrosanct ways of generating revenue in the interest of creating more housing and preserving existing housing stock. So this is a really significant portion of this report, and I think we'll all look forward to the subsequent report that offers more details. So thank you to Clara and her team for going for it and showing us that we can actually do great things and innovative things in this space. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. So we are going to go to delegation now from Luke Lopers. Thank you for joining us today. Sorry for the technical difficulties, but feel free to go ahead whenever you're ready.
All good, Mr. Mayor. No, so thank you. I just wanted to get back into brownfields for a second there, and Mr. Gower touched on this just briefly. But the timelines for application for brownfields grant applications and the funding, and how it's set forth now, where that application needs to come after SPA fully approved. It's not very practical from a remediation standpoint, and ticking all the boxes of having to comply with the regulations, meeting all your confirmatory samples, and then a component of the brownfields program is getting what's called a record of site condition with the Ministry of Environment, which is a somewhat lengthy process, and it can be more lengthy depending on the nature of the contamination that you're dealing with. So, for instance, if you're dealing with a simple remediation site where it's just a dig and dump of contaminated soil, that process can usually be accomplished in a timeline of, we'll say, around 3 months. And that includes, confirmation of remediation. When you're dealing with a more complicated site where you've got, say, groundwater contamination, the requirements from the ministry are to monitor that for a period of up to a year, 6 months at least to a year, to confirm you don't have groundwater recontamination of the site rebound. So in doing that, you delay your record of site condition approval process, which in turn delays a full approval of the building permit. So there's some language in the proposed amendments to the brownfields program where the application needs to be submitted at a certain point, and then the building permit, I believe, needs to be issued within 18 months of the grant being approved. Those timelines are not entirely feasible depending on the nature of the remediation program. And it becomes even more complicated when you get into a site that requires, for instance, a risk assessment, where it's not feasible to clean up the site, but you can do environmental studies to, demonstrate that there are less risks associated with the proposed development. But those processes take years to get fully approved. So in just my limited experience in dealing with the program over the last few years, the last project I did, which had a remediation component, was a simple remediation project. And we were delaying the contractors with the building permit being approved. So I certainly think that the timelines involved and suggested in this amendment need to be revisited to make it a little bit more practical for developers and consultants and the industry as a whole to accomplish these remediation requirements of the brownfield process and to get the regulatory approvals that prove to the municipality that the property has been cleaned up and the developer is eligible to receive their funding. So that was sort of the first thing that I wanted to draw on today, is that the schedule is proposed. Well, it does make sense. Obviously, council would have to approve the project in general before committing to remediation dollars. There may need to be some sort of a revisiting on the timelines for when that application can actually begin, and hence when the developer can start incurring costs for remediation to start the process. So the second thing I wanted to mention was there are certain cost items that are being eliminated from the program, which include demolition, infrastructure, upgrading costs, additional studies. But what's not being discussed in that are that there are also costs that may not be your typical remediation contamination expenses, but still do similarly fall under that, I guess, mandate. And what I'm alluding to is when you have a very old building that has lots of hazardous building materials, namely asbestos, the cost to do abatement on that can be substantial, to the point where they're even more so prohibitive than the environmental remediation costs. So not to say that all of those cost items need to be excluded, but certainly thought about, because one of the barriers to demolishing these derelict buildings is first doing the asbestos abatement, which can be upwards of hundreds of thousands, even to millions of dollars, depending on the size of the building.
That's time, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for joining us today. Appreciate it. Okay, I don't see any other hands up, so we're going to vote first on the technical amendment to item 6.1. Is that carried? And then the other amendment to item 6.1, which is the motion, is that carried?
Carried.
Okay. And then item 6.1 itself as amended, is that carried? Technical amendment to item 7.1, is that carried? And then item 7.1 as amended, is that carried? Item 7.2, which is the referral motion on brownfield redevelopment, is that carried? Okay, and item 7.3, which is the brownfield redevelopment community improvement plan bylaw, is that carried? Okay, so we'll move now to the individual applications. We can just move through them, and is anybody looking to speak to any of them? Councilor Menard?
So Mayor, these are, just to clarify, these are applications that came forward previously, and
Correct.
they would not be subject to the new rules that we just approved here today.
That's correct.
Okay, I'll dissent on them because I wanted those new rules. We've got some. I wanted them to go further, but we've got some now, and always previously wanted those rules in place. So I'll dissent on these items as they come forward, because they're not adhering to, I think, what are reasonable rules that are going to be put in place. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So item 7.4, yep. Yes, oh, Councilor Leeper, sorry, I didn't see your hand. Go ahead.
There's one question, Derek, we've had this conversation, I just wanted to have it on a public record. With respect to the application at 1050 Somerset, there is some concern that the new rules have a use it or lose it clause with respect to the 18-month approval timeline. The community is afraid that the SIP funding that we would approve for 1050 Somerset, or sorry, the brownfield that we would approve today would spur the developer to have to pull a building permit while they still have another construction project underway. Does the use it or lose it clause apply to the batch of brownfields that we're approving today?
No, Mayor, it does not.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Leeper. So on item 7.4, which is the 2 Robinson Avenue, 320 Lees Avenue, is that carried?
Carried.
With the one dissent? I don't think you need to say it every time. So item 7.5, 126 York Street, 151 George Street, is that carried?
Carried.
Item 7.6 is 70 Nicholas Street, is that carried?
Carried.
7.7 is 200 Baraboo Street, is that carried?
Carried.
Item 7.8 is 1050 Somerset Street West, is that carried?
Carried.
Item 7.9 is 861 Clyde Avenue, is that carried?
Carried.
And 7.10 Brown is 1619 to 1655 Carling Avenue, is that carried?
Carried.
Okay, thank you, everyone. And all right, there were no in-camera items. I'll note the information previously distributed. Are there any notices of motion? No? Any inquiries? No? Any other business? No? Motion to adjourn? Thank you, everyone. Merci beaucoup.